Dzień dobry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Monika Richardson, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 12th European Financial Congress.
Always such a pleasure to be able to say these words. Hello and welcome to the 12th European Financial Congress. We're going on despite the pandemic, despite the war, but traditionally the language of this Congress is Polish. Therefore, if you need translation, please pick up a set of headphones from the outside, from the foyer of the Columbus where we are at the moment. Channel 1 for Polish, Channel 2 for English. There'll be several debates in the English language, but in case you need translation, please remember these headphones will be available throughout the Congress. Szanowni Państwo, tradycyjnie język tego kongresu to...
Ladies and gentlemen, traditionally we speak Polish at this Congress as the working language. Those of you in need of translation, make sure to pick up the headsets in the foyer. You can also ask the organizers. Look forward to some debates in English because we have international guests. All the plenary sessions today, and that's a new tradition already, will be transmitted live. So you can also watch them in Marco Polo, where you can follow this online. The main theme for this year's Congress is Finances for Value. We have Center for Strategic Thought, PKO Bank Polski, organizing this Congress with the Polish Development Fund and the World Bank providing the patronage. The main media partners are Bankier.pl, Business Insider, Dziennik Gazeta Prawna, Forbes, and the Polish Press Agency. And if I may, let's have a round of applause to say thank you to our partners. We really appreciate. And now we have the official opening of the Congress. Please join me on stage here, the chairman of the program board for the Congress, Prime Minister Jan Krzysztof Bielecki. I really have to lower the tone here. Right, good morning, everyone. Dear Madam Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, distinguished guests. Honestly, I should be saying gentlemen Prime Ministers. We also have Joschka Fischer with us. At this year's Congress, we would like to start in a not-so-typical way. It's also sad the way we want to start it, but that's because there is an organization and club for responsible finances. It was part of the European Financial Congress as one of the many initiatives of the Congress. And as it happens, the head initiator of the Congress was Ms. Agata Kwaśniak. And sadly, she passed away in March this year following years of difficult illness. And I would like us to remember the club, and especially her, Agata Kwaśniak, a person of great spirit and someone who never accepted lies or people being lazy or untrue, dishonest, and that these are the kind of people we need, not just in the world of finance. This year's EFC, again, just shows that while we are here to celebrate, but we keep working all year long. We consider ourselves a think tank that never goes to sleep and never even falls asleep. But having had the difficult period of the pandemic, the crisis, and finally the catastrophic Soviet aggression in Ukraine, I think it only goes to show how much there is to be done and to be analyzed, and that there are so many things that we need to study more. And because it's an opening, the usual thing I do is I talk you through the main themes and assumptions for this year's Congress. But I also want to explain the different initiatives conducted by the European Financial Congress. I also want to talk you through the achievements we've made. As you know, unless you brag yourself, no one else is going to congratulate you. We've prepared a number of recommendations which we sent out to different institutions, financial, international institutions. We presented our positions, and it's really impressive. And there are hundreds of such instances. I think that this year's recommendations are going to show that we can talk in practical terms, providing practical solutions designed to improve the economy and top governance. Up until now, it's been more than 100 recommendations developed by the European Financial Congress, and the most recent ones, the newest, will be announced during the discussion over the next 3 days, and then later on when we have finished the Congress. And I think I need to mention the different publications the EFC is fostering. This year, we have the Green Finances in Poland 2022 in cooperation with the Foundation Global Compact Poland. We also have What Would We Change in Poland? What Would We Change in Europe? It's a compilation of publications and essays by members of the EFC Academy. The president of Bank Zachodni WBK, who was very active in this area, and he helped found this academy, and it's very much alive and keeps publishing the essays. I hope you will find them of interest. There's also a number of publications in conjunction with the Przyjazny Kraj Foundation and the Public Institute. We have threats to excessive public debt. And also the EFC is a special event. It's a celebration. It's the coming together of several congresses that happen outside these dates. For example, the Congress of Investment Corporate Banking, Congress of Retail Banking, Congress of Consumer Finance, Risk Management, and Capital Management in banks. And for the first time, we have a new initiative, a joint initiative of the EFS and the Commission for Financial Supervision. It's a seminar about risk and regulations in the banking sector. Apart from that, we also have a big block of local authority finances, and I think we'll have Madam Mayor talk us through that shortly. Something I'd like to stress at this Congress, we will have to relate to what is a very complicated and dramatic geopolitical environment that we're now part of. And so we have an interesting and numerous set of people who will be speaking about this. And I recommend that you listen to those presentations. And at this year's meeting, together with our partners, And that's the important bit, because on the one hand, it's a meeting of the banking and financial sector. Really fantastic having that dialogue and discussions sort of behind the scenes. Mr. Poroshenko has just stepped in. So what I wanted to say is that as well as having our financial and banking community here, we have lots of companies that create and help create the infrastructure for the financial system, which is really important. At the press conference, there was an example of how this works, because many companies that are important for the financial sector, but they can talk here about how they see things, their visions for how the infrastructure should develop. And it's the confrontation of their world and the world of bankers and users. While we are in the clouds, but it's not just that we're always on cloud nine. In fact, we can take a realistic approach to what's needed in the Polish economy in the area of digitization. So we look forward to hearing more about this. Hopefully our forecasts will be relatively good. And to everyone here, I wish you a good Congress, a fruitful Congress. And finally, I want to say what's most important to me. You probably don't even realize how happy we are about two facts. Number one, as an organization, we operate and are able to attract such a big turnout, so much so that we needed to close the list because the infrastructure of the Sheraton only allows 1,500 participants, not a single person more. But no Congress can exist without people, without you, and a very warm thank you to you for that. And my other words of thank you are because I'm really happy to see the youth. I'm wearing new eyeglasses, not sure if I can see this well, but it seems to me that I can see young people there next to the wall. And that's the next civil society and generation that we want to give them a good start. And thank you very much to those people who make sure that these young people can take advantage of internships or trips abroad to ensure the best possible continuation. That's it from me. It's unusual for me to go on for so long. Thank you. Thank you for now. Mr. Prime Minister, the hospitality of the Sheraton is incredible, but I think that's the right moment to say that, as usual and forever, we've always had the city of Sopot co-hosting us. We have Magdalena Czerzyńska-Jachim, the Deputy Mayor of Sopot. Thank you for coming, and over to you. I'm delighted to see you here. Good morning. Welcome to Sopot. I'm so happy because over the next 3 days we have such a great group of people coming here together to discuss, to argue, and generally talk about the main challenges for Poland, Europe, and the world. When I look around, I'm sure when I see you that everyone here knows that to be successful in business and generally in life, or whatever you do, to make it a success, you have to have a strategy. It's a strategy that needs to be well thought over, discussed, and consulted. And I want to take this opportunity to ask my question. Where is the state strategy to fight the crisis and crises? Where is the strategy to fight and to answer the challenges faced by Polish men and women? My son, who's a student of the second year of economics, but also representatives of the Youth Sopot Council, and they are here in the room with us. They've been telling me more and more often that young people are mad, they are angry, they are mad because there is no strategy in place to fight the crises. Where is the strategy for green transformation? This is the most important thing for young people. They want to live in a friendly environment and be able to bring up their children in a green Poland. They know that coal is not a renewable fuel, but they don't quite know what dry wood is. They ask, where are the funds from the Green Deal, and how come that it's only the private sector which produces just a small percentage of energy in Poland is open to environmental solutions. Young people are angry because there is no housing policy. They don't want to own their flats. Instead, they want to have a guarantee that they will be able to rent a flat under predictable and reasonable terms, just like our visitors from Ukraine. And we don't know for how long they will have to or want to live in Poland. The Flat Plus program is a failure, and there is nothing in return, and that's one of the biggest challenges our country is facing. And finally, young people are really angry and mad because there is no anti-inflation strategy. It's them, it's their children that will be repaying the loans that our state is taking out. They will be bearing the consequences of the decisions of today. They are also mad about the handouts being made to others. So these are the challenges we are facing, but also us as adults. It's our responsibility to ensure that in the future Poland is not a country of people who are angry and have to look for their luck elsewhere. I know this is the opening of a financial congress. And I know many people think finances and they can see Excel sheets and charts and bars and charts. But finances is so much more. It's green transition, it's migration policy and housing policy. And finally, it's the anti-inflation strategy. And that's why I'm really happy, because all of these topics found their way into the debates of the European Financial Congress. There is no central strategy. There are no central strategies. So how about if we develop them ourselves, which is what we're doing in the local authority environment, in the social and business sector. Recently, we developed our recommendations regarding our friends from Ukraine. This is the white paper, the result of the roundtable we held in the city of Wrocław. And I'm convinced that your discussions and debates will also help to formulate recommendations that are important to us, but first of all, they are important to young people. And to everyone here, I wish you very fruitful debates, and thank you to the Center for Strategic Thought for organizing this Congress. And as usual, it's excellent. And to everyone here, I hope you're going to enjoy your time here, and may we meet next year in better times.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Welcome, then just the welcome words. It's my pleasure now to invite the last woman here in this group. We are very happy that Madam Minister chose to come here. Minister of Finance, Madam Magdalena Rzeczkowska.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Witam
Thank
Państwa.
you. Welcome.
Panie prezydencie, panowie premierzy, pani
Prime
prezydent.
Ministers,
Ja mam
President,
ogromny
Mayor.
zaszczyt i
It's my great
przyjemność
honor and
odczytać,
pleasure to read
list,
out
który
a
na
letter
otwarcie kongresu skierował
which
do
was
państwa
written to
prezes
you
Rady Ministrów, pan
by
premier Mateusz
Prime Minister
Morawiecki.
Mateusz Morawiecki.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
12.
the
Europejski
12th
Kongres Finansowy
European
to okazja do
Financial
spotkania
Congress
i
is a great
podjęcia
opportunity
szerokiej
to meet
debaty
and to take
o
up wide
wyzwaniach
debate on
stojących
challenges
przed sektorem
facing the
finansowym
financial
w obliczu
sector
trudnej
in
sytuacji
difficult
politycznej i
political and
gospodarczej,
economic
w jakiej
times,
znalazła się nie tylko
where not
Polska,
only
ale
Poland
też
and
Europa i
Europe
cały
and the
świat.
world is now.
Serdecznie dziękuję
Thank you
organizatorom,
very
a
much
także
to the organizers
prelegentom
and
i
to the
wszystkim
speakers
gościom
and all
za
the guests
obecność
for
i
being
wkład w
here
tę
and for the
ważną
contribution
dyskusję.
to this important discussion.
Uczestnikom wydarzenia
To the
pragnę
participants,
przekazać
I want
pozdrowienia
to say
i wyrazy
hello, my
szacunku.
greetings and respect.
Organizatorzy kongresu
The organizers of the
podjęli
Congress
ambitne
has
zadanie.
taken up very ambitious
Finanse,
challenge.
gospodarka,
Finances and
przecież
economy,
te dziedziny,
these are these
które
parts
mocno
of our
reagują na
life which
wszelkie
respond
kryzysy,
very quickly to
a
all the
ten,
crises,
który
and the
dotknął
one
nas w ostatnich
which
latach, wynikający z pandemii,
hits
działań
us recently in
wojennych w granicy Unii
pandemic and
Europejskiej
war
i NATO,
close to
związanych
NATO
z nimi
and the
nowych
European
problemów,
Union borders and
jest
new
szczególnie
issues coming
silny.
from that is
Jego
specifically
konsekwencje
strong.
już widoczne
The
i
consequences
rozwijające
are
się z
really
każdym
visible and
miesiącem
develop with
możemy
every new
opanować
month, and we
tylko
can
we współpracy i
tackle with it only in cooperation.
Mam głębokie
I
przekonanie,
am fully convinced
że inwestycje,
that
które
the
planujemy,
investment
będą
projects
kluczowym
which we
czynnikiem
planned will be of key importance to
przeciwdziałającym
counteract
trudnościom
difficulties
dotykającym
which hit
rynki
the financial
Środki z
markets.
Krajowego Planu
The means from the
Odbudowy,
National
a także
Recovery
rządowy program
Program
inwestycji
and the
strategicznych
National
staną się
Plan
filarami
will
naszych
become
planów.
pillars of what we plan
Wierzę,
to do.
że
I
rozpoczynające się
firmly
dzisiaj
believe
spotkanie,
that
jedno
today's
z
meeting,
największych
one
tego
of the
typu
biggest of this
przedsięwzięć o
type of
tematyce finansowej i
undertakings in
gospodarczej w kraju,
economy and
dzięki
finance in
znakomitym
Poland
ekspertom
with
i
great
praktykom,
experts and
przedstawicielom
practitioners,
biznesu,
people from business,
instytucji finansowych,
financial
środowiska
institutions
naukowego i
and
prawnego,
academia
stanie się
circles,
platformą
that it
wymiany
will
myśli,
become a
doświadczeń
platform
i
for
nowych
exchange of
pomysłów
ideas and
dotyczących
new
sposobów
thoughts
stabilizowania
on how to
finansów w
stabilize
czasach
finances in
oraz
times in such
odpowiedzialnych
difficult
finansów
times
w
and
nowej
responsible
rzeczywistości.
finances in the new reality.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
12.
gentlemen,
Europejski
the
Kongres
12th European
Finansowy to
Financial
ważne
Congress is a
wydarzenie.
very important
Wierzę,
event,
że tu
and I
narodzą
believe
się
that
nowe
here
pomysły i
we will see
inspiracje.
new ideas and new
Jestem
inspirations.
przekonany,
I'm fully
że
convinced
wypracowane tu
that
rozwiązania,
the solutions which we are going to
określone
develop
priorytety i
here, the
rekomendacje,
priorities and
będą
recommendations,
stanowiły cenny
will
impuls
be
rozwojowy,
valuable
nie tylko tutaj w
impulse
Polsce.
for development not only in
Obecność
Poland. The
przedstawicieli
presence
Ukrainy
of
oraz
people
reprezentantów
representing
instytucji
Ukraine and
finansowych
financial
demokratycznego
world of the
świata
democratic
że
world
propozycje
make
te
that the
mogą być
proposals
podstawą szerokiej
will may
międzynarodowej
become
współpracy.
the foundation for
Dziękuję
international
wszystkim,
cooperation. I want to
którzy
thank
przyczynili się do
everybody who have
zorganizowania tego
contributed
wydarzenia.
to the event.
Uczestnikom życzę
I
udanej
wish the
debaty,
participants a good
satysfakcji ze
debate,
wspólnie
satisfaction
podejmowanych przedsięwzięć
from
i nowych
undertakings, joint
pomysłów,
undertakings and new
służących całej
ideas, which
międzynarodowej
will
wspólnocie.
serve all the
Z
international
wyrazami szacunku,
community. With
Mateusz
respect,
Morawiecki.
Mateusz Morawiecki.
Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli można
If
jeszcze
I may
kilka słów
now,
ode
some
mnie.
words from me.
Doskonale wiemy, że
Thank you.
jednym z największych
One
zagrożeń
of
dla
the
rynków
biggest threats
finansowych,
for
też
the
dla całej
financial
gospodarki,
markets and
z
for the
którym musimy
economy,
się dzisiaj mierzyć,
which we
jest
have to
oczywiście,
handle today,
inflacja.
is inflation.
Zmagają się z nią obecnie
And inflation
wszystkie, w
is
zasadzie wszystkie kraje
present
świata, w tym te
everywhere in the world,
rozwinięte, gdzie
including the most
osiąga ona
developed ones, and the
niespotykane
inflation is
dziesięcioleci
hitting record
poziomy.
levels.
Jej przyczyn
The
należy się dopatrywać
reasons,
jednak
core
przede wszystkim w
reasons,
czynnikach
are
zewnętrznych.
mainly in
Przede wszystkim to są
external
działania Rosji w
environment.
Ukrainie,
Russia
które mają wpływ na ceny surowców
Russia aggression
energetycznych,
in
na ceny
Ukraine, which
żywności.
has impact on the
Niezależnie
food
jednak od
prices and fuel
wysokiej
prices.
dynamiki
Irrespective
cen,
high
jesteśmy
inflation,
konfrontowani z
we are
nowymi
confronted
wyzwaniami,
with new
które
challenges,
wymagają od nas
which
znalezienia
require
środków
finding
finansowych.
financial
To
means.
są wyzwania
These are
związane
the
z
challenges
przyjęciem
coming from a huge refugee wave to Poland, and our support to our brothers in Ukraine, and the issues connected with our safety and security. We have to spend more money on healthcare, on defense. And the response in such macroeconomic environment should be pragmatic, and it should try to combine the objectives, which sometimes seem to be in contradiction. In the Ministry of Finance, we are aware that increasing public spending may stop fighting with inflation, which is why we intend to be very cautious with new spendings, public spendings. We plan to limit spendings of public finance from 44.4% to 42.2% in 2025. The budget deficit is 4.3% of GDP, and it comes from non-standard expenditures, which we have to have. These are expenditures connected or resulting from our support to Ukraine, support to the refugees, and these are spendings which are to help house against inflation. We hope that these non-standard spendings will be cut and that we will improve our fiscal situation. In line with plans, the institutional debt will be going down. We plan that in 2025 it will be below 50% of GDP, so it will be a very good result in the European Union. We need to be restrictive in public spendings, but it does not mean that we will be wrapping up these social programs, because we have very good relation on the labor market. We had good economy, and it's very important part of security of Polish families in these difficult, stormy times in which we operate now. Ahead of us, we'll be having a slowdown in economy, slower growth in economy. It will help to fight against inflation, but we should not really have the situation that when activities of the Ministry of Finance, National Bank of Poland will hamper the business operations. So the investment projects will play a very important role. So the private sector will be more cautious to expansion, which might be translated into smaller investments. But in this context, it's really important to have good investment programs. The ones that the Prime Minister has mentioned, the National Recovery Plan, over 160 billion zloty, which is a great opportunity to increase competitiveness, innovation of our economy, making it more modern, and also to complement the program by the governmental plan for strategic programs. So this will be extra money for local governments to create new jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm fully convinced that the activities of the government will be very important impulse for the real economy in the next years to come in these difficult times, and healthy companies, strong labor market. These are the best news to the financial sector, not only to it. And I wish to all of us, this is what we will be working for. So today, I wish you fruitful discussions. I'm very happy with this impressive turnout. I believe this is what we needed so much after pandemic close downs. So we need to talk, we need to exchange experience. So once again, have good discussions, all the best, and have a nice time in this beautiful. For this choice, and we now will be having Paweł Borys, President of the Polish Development Fund. Well, my coloring more like the typeset, not in blue, I'm afraid. Good morning. President, Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I can welcome you to the European Financial Congress. This year, the organizers gave me additional role. At 1 o'clock, I will be a moderator to a panel on recovery, rebuilding of Ukraine, a very important subject connected with aggression of Russia to Ukraine, and which is so damaging to the country. To me, it will be a new role. I don't know if I will make it, but you are all welcome to the panel. I just hope that it will be one of the most interesting discussions during this European Financial Congress. So it was a short advertisement. And now, the European Financial Congress was established several years ago in response to the global financial crunch. We wanted to set for finding new ways how to respond to the crisis connected with recession and the issues which the financial sector suffered from. We know that we are now having a lot of crises. Everything got kind of accumulated. First, we had pandemic, very deep recession, and quick recovery of the economy. But the recovery of the economy met problems from the demand. We had issues with the supply chain. And on top of that, we have now the war in Ukraine, which resulted in very dramatic growth of prices for raw materials, food, and energy sources. So now it's a difficult time for economy. I want to focus now on three long-term problems, and I want to put three main theses. The first one is that what's happening now in economy is not a short-term phenomenon. It will be like a decade of serious turbulences in economy. The second thesis is about Europe, its strategy in economy. And I believe that if within this decade Europe will not change dramatically its economic strategy, it will lose its position in the global economy. The third thesis is about Poland and our region of Eastern Europe, which to me has great opportunity to make it another development in this decade, and it may strengthen its position on the European economy map. Now, this decade of turbulences, if we take it that the present problems in economy result mainly from the supply shock connected with energy sector and energy independence and availability of energy sources, with problems with the supply chains. And if you add to it our geopolitical situation connected with aggressive policy of Russia and only with approaching a conflict between the US and China, so it may mean, or it means, that the present economic setup connected with free market and globalization is getting to its end. We are approaching the era of regionalization with India, China, Europe, the US as the main markets. And this change of the paradigm in economy comes from the fact that globalization was hit or struck the imperialism. Globalization was bringing a lot of benefits. For a long time in economy, we were talking about this moderation time, and economy was good to everybody. Everybody saw growing income and cutting of the poverty zone. But simultaneously, the changes in China and Russia were not accompanied by changes in politics. These countries remained autocratic. Russia has clearly now shown its imperialistic ambitions, and China talk quite often about Taiwan, and the politics in Africa shows that they want to broaden their zones of interest. We see a very clear trade war for technological standards, and that China's decision in the public sector that all the administration should stop using equipment and software built in the West, well, it shows this type of direction. These are huge changes, tectonic changes in geopolitics of the world, and also with results, with consequences to the world economy. Going away from globalization will have this reflation trend. For 3 decades, we were benefiting from cheaper products, produced in far Asia. And as a result, the investment decisions will not be made on where it's cheaper, but on where it's safer. So ahead of us, we'll be having several years of shaping of the new global economy. Let us hope it's done in a peaceful way. The second thing is about the European strategy. A common market, the European integration brought a lot of benefits to all the European countries. Nevertheless, the first financial crunch showed us that there are some structural issues in Europe, weakening competition power in the global economy, several tensions in the financial sector. Brexit was one signal, one very annoying signal, which clearly tells that some countries want to leave our community. Some countries, including Germany, base their raw material policy too much on imports from Russia. But it's not only for Germany. There are many countries of our region which has chosen this path. So by importing cheap raw material from Russia in this economy model, they wanted to be more competitive in export of ready products to the Chinese market. But we ended up in dependence on the supply in our supply chain from these two autocratic blocs, which showed that these countries want to build up a totally different global economy in the future. I see it that we will need new strategy. We will need to change the approach. We need to focus more on cooperation within the European Union, within the region. And also, we need to be strongly related with the US under a free trade agreement, for example. And the third subject is the role of Poland and its opportunity, the opportunity of the entire Eastern European region. The EU now has become two-speed Europe. There are too many interdependencies in the relation East-West, too little in the relation South and North. And this conflict in Ukraine may change a lot. If we use this time properly, if we increase our resilience by developing transport and logistic infrastructure and energy interrelations, reindustrialization in many sectors under this nearshoring trend and shortening the supply chain, and if we focus on close economic trade relations with Ukraine, then as a result, Europe will not be divided into Western and Eastern Europe, like two categories of members in the EU, but all of us will join the group of wealthy countries of the European Union. I wish you good debates, good discussions during this year's European Financial Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was the second and the last opening keynote speech. And now the first debate. And can I now invite Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, the chairman, to join me here on stage, and he will then invite his panelists. Two things, however, first. Number one, the chairman, Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, when you were the prime minister in 1991, I think, you were the first one on behalf of Poland to to have recognized the independence of Ukraine. Am I right? Yes, you are. I think this should be appreciated. I think it's changed a lot in our reality. Number two, Slido. Don't forget that we want to receive your questions throughout the Congress. It's www.slido.com. Type in EKF, where you can then ask your questions, and I'm sure the chairman will remember to go through that and go through the questions. What are the consequences of the changes in the East? So that's the title. Would you like to expand on that? Thank you. And it's working. Good. Thank you very much to Mr. Borys for the introduction he's made into the panel, because he's outlined several of the challenges. The panel we will have, and the speakers that are lined up for the panel really come as a guarantee of us being able to address any topic. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I've remembered that was long ago. Must have been 2010. I was no longer working for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. At the time, the chief economist for the EBRD, Eric Berkley, he said, we're going to Cairo to support the revolution, the Arabian Spring, happening in Tunisia and in Egypt as well. So we wanted to talk there about transformation, which really requires democracy in the market. That was our message. And now, Eric Berkley is the chief economist for the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. So he's the walking and talking proof of what I said, that we have such versatile speakers lined up today. Can you join me here? I cannot see him, though. If you can step up. Oh, there he is, and he's coming. Now I'm going to introduce someone from Poland. We have Professor Marek Belka, Prime Minister and President and specialist on Iraq. And now a foreign visitor, Vice Chancellor Joszka Fischer. Please join us here. And now we have two visitors from Poland, Janusz Lewandowski, a Sopot local, and an MEP, minister. He would like to privatize everything that's breathing. And also we have MEP Bogusław Liberacki.
I'm speaking Polish. Is it okay? You've got it. Okay. To chciałem zapytać, czy
So I have a question.
w świetle tego, o czym mówił
In the light of
pan
what we've heard from Paweł Borys,
ale również
but also in the light of
książki, którą
the book which I think we've all read. I think it was published in 2008, titled, it's a provocative title, This Time is Different, written by Kenneth Rogoff and Carmen Reinhardt. And what it does is it describes how over several hundreds of years we've been saying this time is different. Quite hopeful saying this, but then eventually it turns out that it's not so different. On the other hand, I think back to the start of the pandemic. Goldman Sachs organized a huge online conference, must have been late April of the first year of the pandemic. Speaking at the conference was Professor Reinhardt, and she said, "Believe me, this time it is different." And she said that herself, the author and co-author of the book, This Time is Different. This was followed by Kristalina Gregorieva, and she was saying things which are completely unknown to my generation, because she said, "Please spend." So even I was able to translate that, to understand that without a translator, please spend. But to imagine that someone who's safeguarding the healthy finances of the world, I mean, someone who's safeguarding the world's finances, and her saying, "Please spend," well, that was the kind of atmosphere. Now, on top of that, the Soviet aggression violating all possible European standards and values. And now this leads me to a simple question. Is this time different? Is this time the same? Or is it that the war has changed things? Or are we almost approaching the Third World War? Or are we just experiencing inflation, deglobalization, deflation, phenomenon? Everything starts with a D, and even Putin is using words like that, crazy, like denazification, demilitarization. That's his claim. So if you could be kind enough to say, where are we at? And the little poor worms here at the Financial Congress in Sopot, how should we read this, and how should we include it in our analysis of the financial sector? A simple enough question to start with. Can we say that this time is different?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. It's very nice to be back in Sopot. You know, a lot has happened since I was here last time, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and I think it's different. But I wanted to acknowledge one thing before I come to that. Is the incredible support that Poland has given to Ukraine in this, and it's been, I think, a model for all the other European countries, but also for the world more generally. So very much want to recognize that. So thank you. So this time it is different, and in the sense, and you know, I work now for a bank that is dominated by emerging and developing countries, and the world looks a bit different from that, perhaps, than from here or from a capital in Western Europe. This is very much a global impact of what happened in the East. It happened in a way that I think actually very few of us kind of predicted. There had been a lot of talk and a lot of threats and so on, but I think very few of us actually realized that this could happen. And so I think that has changed the perception in so many ways, in so many places around the world. But the most immediate thing is, of course, now that the food and fuel prices are going up, compounding the effect of the pandemic, and the pandemic already was different because, as you said, there was a very different message coming out of the pandemic that we needed to make sure that we reduced the scarring as much as possible in the world by spending, both public and hopefully also eventually consumers, because and that succeeded very well in advanced countries. So there's almost no scarring actually. So we are back to the same growth path more or less. I don't want to predict the future, but if you look at so far, advanced countries are back to the same growth path as they had before the crisis of the pandemic. But in the emerging world, it looks very different. And this is actually for the first time in a very long time that the emerging world is growing more slowly than the advanced world. And the crisis in Ukraine, or Russia's war on Ukraine, has compounded that by, first of all, fuel prices, food prices, or even the availability of food at all is very much an issue. We haven't seen the full impact of it yet, of course. The silos in Ukraine are full. There's very uncertain whether any new grain can be stored, and it's very hard to see how it's going to be transported out of Ukraine. So that is a very different kind of crisis. But what is perhaps the most fundamental change from what has happened is how security has catapulted to the top. And of course it's about food security, fuel security, energy security more generally, but it's also about fundamental security of people, and defense expenditures are coming up not only in Europe but also around the world. So countries will have to deviate away from spending on growth and trying to reduce poverty to spending resources on security. And we had for many years, thanks to what happened in this country and other parts of Central Eastern Europe, a dividend from peace. What I think we are seeing now, and we saw it already after Crimea, but much more now, this what I could call a sort of geopolitical tax on the international system. Maybe I'll stop there and then come back a little bit, because I think there are some positive things coming out of this crisis as well. I think there is more unity in Europe. There is an incredible project for all of us to think about, which is the reconstruction, the reimagining of Ukraine. And maybe I can say something later about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. However, I remember that in the days when the book was published, there was a famous saying that if someone says this time is different, don't walk away, just run away as fast as possible. So Marek Belka może trochę nam wyjaśni.
Marek Belka might be able to explain that. Over to you, Professor. That's not the right question.
This time is different.
This time is different. That's not the right question. The right question is, are the changes transitory or more permanent? Now I'll try to apply this to the crisis we're going through. Is what's happening in Ukraine, which is Russia's aggression in Ukraine, is this going to change the position of the aggressor country for good, or just for a little bit? Basically, what's going to win? Is this going to be the natural or some even sick impatience on the world's business to be back in Russia as soon as possible to do their little business there? But it's not just the big capital, it's trade unions. And I'm in the European Parliament in the Social Democrats group. And there are lots of what they call Russlandversteher. That's the people who are ready to recognize that any big country has the right to sort of give a beating to the smaller countries, give some thrashing to them whenever they like to. So here's the question. Will Europe be able to change its policy of energy dependence on Russia? Can this be a permanent change? It doesn't have to happen overnight. But if it's quarter to quarter and year to year, that's going to be a major change. So that's question number one. Number two, Ukraine. Not going to talk about China. There are other better specialists than me. So is Ukraine going to permanently change Ukraine the way it's going to be, geopolitically, internationally, and internally? Of course, we don't know the possible end of the war and what sort of Ukraine will come out of that. But the question remains. In a country which, according to common opinion, the country was plagued by corruption and internal inability to find consensus. And we know what that means in Poland, for example. And that Ukraine, which will come out of the war, will it be able to build a stronger state? Will it be able to co-manage the process of reconstruction and also modernization? Now, what about Europe? With the crises behind us, are they going to change Europe for good? Well, I would have to say the EU's response to the pandemic is quite encouraging. Next Generation EU is not just 750 billion euros to spend on modernization. It's also about securing through capital markets some funds, which is not so conventional. All in all, an opportunity presents itself to change the EU into a fiscal body, which is an element of any state. And now, Ukraine. It will have to be rebuilt following these rules, which is that there has to be a single partner, which is the state of Ukraine. They didn't have it in Iraq. There has to be a main elite partner from another country. They had that in Iraq. It was the US. And on this, Europe, the EU, they have to be the partner. The US are okay militarily, but economy-wise, no. They're not good enough for this. Now, the EU, how is this going to come to grips with rebuilding Ukraine? How is it going to raise the funds? Because that will determine the future. Are the changes going to be superficial or permanent? There is potential to make the change permanent, but will it happen? We have to wait and see. Well, thank you, Professor, for raising this. Yes, it is important to ask the right questions. Perhaps I can do a better job of that now. Herr Fischer. Is it Wandel durch Handel?
Through trade? Was it a German famous expression, or I'm definitely wrong with my German or English translation, or fundamentally I'm wrong? Because this time is not different. Yes.
Well, I knew when I accepted the invitation to Sopot that what was waiting for me, heavy criticism about the past 3 decades of, even longer, of German Eastern politics. Well, I have to accept that.
But you read.
I have to accept that. I never was on the side of these politics, but I have to accept that. I think it was a big mistake. There were reasons at the beginning why an increased trade could have positive outcome, but only at the very beginning, in the framework of the Cold War. But this was not only a mistake done by Germany in the western part of Europe. This was widely shared. Then we completely misunderstood the disappearance of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War, the collapse of the wall. We misunderstood that this was not creating a new environment, especially in Russia, but old Russia was coming back. And reading the recent articles of Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin about why the Ukraine has there is no Ukraine. There is no historical legitimacy because they are all Russians. This is the mentality of the old Russia. And from my understanding, Putin wants to go back, not to the Soviet Union, but to the second half of the 19th century. And I think when we would accept this idea, we would destroy Europe. We would destroy the European Union, because the European Union is based on the ruins of empires, not on the principles of empires. And the war in Ukraine is based on the principle that Russia has the right to decide about the future of a neighbor and the destiny of a neighbor. Zone of influence is more important than the principles of a united Europe. And I think this is the real threat for all of us. And thank God, I think the people in Europe understood that the attack on Ukraine was also an attack on the principles on the European Union. So this is different. This is an important difference. And I think, therefore, we cannot accept that Putin will win. This would mean to accept the ruin of Europe. But on the other side, this war is also transformative for the principles of Europe. The EU was founded as a common market after the Second World War and embedded in the Cold War. And now the EU must transform itself into a geopolitical actor. This is a kind of new foundation of the EU. We must understand that. When the Ukraine claimed its membership in the EU, this is a huge transformative step, because this means that the EU as geopolitical actor, Ukraine, we have Moldova, we have Georgia, we have the Western Balkans, and don't forget, looming in the background, it's still the open question of Turkey. And Turkey, for strategic reasons, is extremely for the security of Europe. This means that the EU must transform itself into a geopolitical actor. And therefore, I think the center of gravity in the new EU will move to the east, based on the future membership of Ukraine. And we will have, what will be our relationship with Russia? Will we go back to the status quo ante? Definitely not. So I think the break with dependency on Russia in energy delivery is a long-term break. And as long as there is no restoration of trust, and I have not the fantasy to imagine how this could happen, there will be a border which must be protected by military means. And this is another huge transformation for the EU. So I think there is no way back. This time is really different from a European perspective, from a geopolitical perspective. I'm not mentioning the geopolitical consequences of the confrontation between China and the US. It will be also very serious. And what you didn't mention here is the looming biggest crisis. It's also connected to energy. That is climate change. I think this is another big crisis which is connected to the developments we discuss here. So from that point of view, there is no space. If you say run away, to where? To the Mars? A very unpleasant environment, allow me to say. And so there is no way to go. The only way for our future is we have to stick together and we have to address these challenges as Europeans.
The problem with the Mars is quite basic, because the tickets are so expensive that me personally, I can't afford to buy the tickets to Mars. Maybe the Germans, yes, of course. but so I was thinking rather.
It's a long trip.
Yeah, yes. I say a long trip, yes, yeah. But still I have time, you know. Okay.
You hope you still have time.
Okay. Panowie ministrowie, proszę bardzo.
Ministers, over to you.
Teraz schodzimy na niższy poziom.
Now we are going to lower level, I suppose.
Wyższy.
No, higher.
Proszę Państwa, Państwo się musicie przyzwyczaić.
You need to get used to it. If in one panel we have Professor Belka, he will always correct me. If we have Leszek Miller, she's getting nervous and he's telling it's Mr. Bielecki again.
No dobrze, skoro nie było pytania, to się
Okay,
będę
if
trzymał
there
tematu
was
tego
no question, I
panelu.
would stick to the subject of this panel and I will state what I think about the future.
Angielski.
And I will be saying in
Our future
English.
is no longer going to be like it used to be. Znaczy to, że należy wyrzec
Which
się myślenia w
means
kategoriach
that we need to
linearnych,
stop thinking in
przewidywalnych.
linear perspective, in
które
foreseeable way.
spotkały
These
nas na
shocks
początku
which we
XXI
encounter in the
wieku
beginning
są
of the
dostatecznym
21st century are
czyli finansowym
less than good enough. We had financial lesson, migration, then brought by war in Iraq and in Syria, and after that we had a COVID lesson from China, and now we have a war in Ukraine. We need to stop thinking in a category of universal rules, which we may impose to the world, which may put order to the world. No, we have this conflict between civilizations. And now very short perspective into the West and the East. Well, looking into the East, Russia cannot be tamed by trade relations. Russia, this is Putin with many heads, because this is an entire society which is imperialistic, still hungry to win territories. However, they have 17 million square kilometers, the biggest country in the world. But unfortunately, the support for war crimes increased after Bucha pictures. We've seen things like that before. Heil Hitler. Hitler got a lot of support, more support after winning Warsaw. And the same was like in Serbia. So we have a nation which has been formed towards aggression, and no Navalny will win the soul of Russian society, which is why the only response needs to be in form of technological embargo and raw material independence. But we need to give hope to Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. And now looking into the West, I see three main phenomena. The first one, neutral Sweden and Finland are heading towards NATO. Then we have definite end of the German pacifism. And three, the European Union has now broken this taboo. It is financing armament as the peace project via an instrument which is paradoxically called peace facility. We finance armament via peace this facility. And our response to what's happening is not only the lesson from this war, it's the lesson of Trump presidency, of transatlantic broken chains, and a lesson from COVID when we have seen broken delivery chains, supply chains. We will be having strategic sovereignty. And Mr. President Macron was telling about it in his Sorbonne speech in 2017. And it has many perspectives. We have no, we may only have diversification here in Europe. It's happening now, it's possible. And it is to take away the political gold from Putin. This sovereignty is of trade aspect because we see aggressive trade rival, which is not applying our rules. I'm talking now about China, and we need defense tool. It's called anti-coercion instrument. We have it in the European Union. We need technological sovereignty, and here we have an issue because when we got independent from Gazprom, we are now very dependent on critical raw materials, supplies, or rare earth materials from China. We stopped extracting them, so now the European Union gets independent from Gazprom, but we are getting dependent on China. And the final dimension, which came together with the war. So apart from soft power, we need to build up hard power. We need to have defense system in Europe. If we collect all the armies in Europe, it is 1.5 million army, but it's not summable. So our response should be strategic sovereignty, understood as resilience to internal shocks. And I want to go positively into the future, concluding my intervention. But if you want to make God laugh, then tell him about your plans. But I have this plan and vision that in the Ukraine, instead of tanks, we'll be having builder teams which will reconstruct the world. But in the north, we are having the NATO Baltic Sea, and in the south, we'll be having candidate countries, which is Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And it would be the best revenge for the war cruelties coming from Russia. I see that you gentlemen speak better when I don't ask a question. So I will continue this new model of the debate. Bogusław Liberacki, over to you. Thank you. But you see, Minister did not lower the level of the discussion, luckily. No, the audience responded well. Houston, we have a situation here. I have no response to that. I'm working on it. Yeah, but because we worked in the same government, I tried to do my best as well. But I want to get back to the question, the general question. What we have in common now with Marek Belka is that we are professors. We are in the same political grouping. But I believe that your question, Mr. Bielecki, is a good question. Which is?
This time is different.
Is this time different?
Very different.
This time is very different.
This time we are coming to the truth.
This time we are coming to the truth. And now pull up the rain ahead, because now we are not playing for higher or lower price or better delivery time. No, we are now fighting for freedom of Ukraine, and in Ukraine we see the war about our freedom. And the first thing that is coming to my mind, and the first thing which you have to be aware of, we should stop this classical thinking. Russia is great superpower and it should be respected. And Paul Samuelson, in the beginning of 1970s, he said that in 1984, the Soviet Union will be heading over the US in GDP. He won the Nobel Prize, but that's it. And please remember, big dictators, they tend not to draw conclusions from failures of other dictatorship. And it goes the same for this dictator. We need to remember that dictatorship like Hitler, Stalin, were in the past. Now we have Chinese dictatorship, we have it in Turkey. And in each of these areas, we see that these states are not as strong as we would have believed. Turkey, 80% of inflation was only 3 days ago. Today it will be even more. And China has growing internal tension. They are not sustainable economy, and we might have the developers bubble burst. And thinking about the future, when can we have the victory is democracy and market economy, social economy, social market economy, our civic society, and turnover in the government, and not just having one political ruling party. And then this awareness why we are here and what are our threats. We live in difficult times, and it's a new situation. Everything, well, like this famous face masks, which arrived from China, and the Prime Minister was welcoming this. And now we have the new Green Deal. Madam Mayor said that we wanted to have Green Deal, and the European Union wants to have Green Deal 3 years ago, prior to the invasion. And again, the European Union, the European Commission announced the process of leaving the fuel dependency, gas, oil, coal from one direction. And we had this discrepancy within the European Union because adopting the Green Deal, also Nord Stream was being built, having the Green Deal declaration. Other countries put orders for a nuclear power plant in Russia. And also someone else would build their own oil pipeline from Russia. But now we have this time that the European Union has new quality. It is aware of its global significance. For 2 months now, I believe we've had it.
We are a global player.
And many countries who expressed doubts, why would we have the European Union? It's imaginary community, aggressor, or occupier. Now many political parties in many countries understand that if we are not capable to use the power of argument in a sufficient way, then you need to have the argument of power, which is NATO, and here again, a myth disappeared that NATO is outdated. No. That after Trump, Joe Biden is just an old man who doesn't know where they stand. America is back. This is what Joe Biden claimed. And then the European Union avoided what Russia wanted. We got not disintegrated, and we speak in the same language almost, and we speak in the same voice. The European Union is proved to be efficient. The war has been for 3 months, and we have had 6 packages. Coronavirus, also the European Union was very efficient. Now we have climate objectives, and we need to talk about the Green Deal. And we were talking about climate issues. Now we have this new war thing, and we don't want to buy gas or oil from Saudi Arabia instead of Russia. No, because the other country is not more democratic. 42 death penalties just one day, executions on one day. It's not the best example of virtues, of civic virtues. Same goes for Iran. And this year, they have executed over 600 people in Iran. So it's not about replacing. No, we need to have new resources where we can be independent in the European Union. So the wind power and solar power, maybe something else as well. So here we need to focus on this. And it was the very idea from the very beginning. Our state is now trapped by two things. We say pro bono sua, patrum mea. Number one, complete ignorance or completely ignoring of going towards the euro. This is not treated seriously. Number two, always saying we're leaders, we are sustainable, we can offer people help, we don't need help. Well, eventually not quite true. And so to maintain growth and development, we have to use the money from the National Recovery Plan. And we say financing values, that's the main theme. The main value at stake now is the rule of law. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I have to say, the things are different because the organizers have now put up this screen with the questions that you are submitting, but I'm afraid I cannot see it. So I'm sure things are different this time around because I cannot see these questions. Apparently, Mr. Belka can see it better. But perhaps we have questions from the audience? No, because we have Slido and we're supposed to... Do you want me to read them out for you? No, I wouldn't dare ask you for that. But how about if you pick one? Just pick one and give a quick, short answer. Is it important for Poland to discredit Germany internationally as Europe's moral compass because of their relations with Russia? What should be the map of Poland versus the US in the area of the three Cs? I'm specifically picking the touchy and sensitive questions because I'm sitting next to Joschka Fischer. Well, to discredit and Germany, and this is something the Polish government is doing now, the anti-Germany Hetzerei, I'm sure Joschka has understood, I think that's suicide. For decades, Germany has been our main political ally. Germany has been our main political ally in the European Union. So I think that it's suicidal, it's cretins. I mean, to attack Germany for whatever and whenever. It is true, Germany has made the big mistake because they thought that it's going to be a mutual dependence. That's how Germans saw that, which is Russia and Europe or Russia and Germany. They thought that that was going to be reciprocal and that perhaps Russia could grow into a democracy or a semi-democracy. Well, that was a mistake. They understand their mistake now. And instead, I think we should appreciate the tectonic changes happening in Germany's political arena, rather than attack Germany for defacing Russian oil in a few months, even though we are still using it. Let me take it further. Poland is a special, unique country in the EU because we don't have any anti-US instincts, which cannot be said for Polish citizens or governments. And some European countries have that, including Germany and France. I see this as an advantage of ours. The government in the US,
It's not necessarily pro-European, not always. We know that the American political compass has now moved to the east. But because we have this active and strong role, we are in the heart of the EU, and that can give us the potential for the support of NATO. So that's how I see our role. Can we use it? We will use it, and we can use it if we're pro-European, pro-German, and if we remain pro-American. About the 3 Cs, out of courtesy, I'll just, not say anything about this. That will be a waste of time. Okay, I have a question for Eric Berkley. With the growing marginalization of Russia, is this going to deepen cooperation with China and create a competition between the West and the rest of the world? Would you say that it's true?
So it's clear that Ukraine has helped unite Europe, but it has divided the world. And what I see, and it's not just about China, it's about the whole emerging world, they very much feel that this is a conflict that they were not part of, that they want to stay out of as much as they can. And we see the reemergence of the non-aligned movement from the Cold War. Countries that feel that they have been on the losing side, they didn't get the support when it came to climate that they were expecting. I'm not talking about China here, but many of the poorer countries in the world had been promised, delivery on support to help them on their transition to net zero. We had the outcome of the vaccine debacle, or the complete failure to deliver on our promises to emerging and developing countries. And there is this perception that we are using double standards. I'm not saying that I'm subscribing to this, I'm just telling you what the perception is. And I think we have to, when I'm thinking about the need to reconstruct Ukraine, because I think Ukraine could become a very important European project, a project that really brings out all the values that we stand for. But I think we should do everything to widen the coalition. And I think once, hopefully soon, that there is some sense of stability, that we can really start actively and promote the reconstruction and reimagining Ukraine. And it's very much also trying to address the weaknesses that Professor Belka mentioned earlier. I think that has to be part of it. And we want to bring in other parts of the world. I think there's no reason why, when you look at what happened to Ukraine, why countries like China, countries like India should not want to be part of this. You should remember that China was Ukraine's largest trading partner, even larger than the EU taken together. And when the war started in Russia started the war in Ukraine, there were 7,000 Chinese in Ukraine, and they were not evacuated. So this is there is no reason why China should not be willing and be part of reconstructing Ukraine, I think. So this is what I hope, and this is what I would like to work for. But of course, we know that this is, a very complicated geopolitical space. Thank you.
Are you saying that the Asian also infrastructure bank is prepared and it's in accordance to its statute to go to Ukraine and to finance recovery?
There's no decision like that. I'm just saying we are investing in. So Ukraine is not a member, like Poland is a member of AIIB. Hungary is a member of AIIB. We have investments in Hungary. We are looking at very interesting, very promising investments in Poland. And, Ukraine, if it wanted to, should be given the possibility to apply for membership and benefit. And I think, this is, there may be a concern that this will be increased involvement by China, but the reality is that AIB, when it invests outside Asia, it always invests with others. So it would really invest, if it were to get involved in Ukraine, it would invest with the World Bank or with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development or EIB. This is what it does, and I think this would be a very interesting project to be part of for a new infrastructure bank. Perhaps this is the most interesting and most important infrastructure project that we have seen in my lifetime, and it would be very exciting to be part of that.
Okay, thank you. Panie prezesie, ja tu pracuję teraz.
Well, now
Dla pana,
I'm working for you
wasz panel,
because this is your panel, and the next panel, when you'll be talking about the role of the international financial institutions' role. So now you have a contact.
Mam numer telefonu.
I have his telephone number. The organizers were kind enough to prolong time by the delay caused by the introductory speeches, and we have 6 minutes to go, and I have a lot of interesting questions. But now I have an issue in choosing one of those. Maybe Professor Belka will help me. Choose one of these questions, which you see. It's not about my eyesight. No. Now I can see analytical problem.
A question about the impact of other regional conflicts on the global economy. Well, in the shadow of the war in Ukraine, there is a tug of war in the Central Asia, especially in Afghanistan, a country that is apparently rich in mineral resources. How do you see the other regional conflicts? How they have a potential impact on global economy and global geopolitics?
Well, I think one of the most alarming developments are happening just now in the talks between the West and Iran, because this seemed to end in a complete disaster, and there is the risk of a war, which would set in flame the Middle East on a very dangerous, it's a very dangerous moment. Of course, there's a lot of regional wars which will have an important impact on the global economy. But at the moment, I think the center of development is in China and in the West. China will face serious problems. If you would ask me what is the rationality of the policy of Xi Jinping, I can't give you a positive answer. I think he's trying to kill the goose, which is producing golden eggs for the Chinese economy. His anti-COVID strategy is completely unpopular in the major centers of Chinese economy. And China is, for me, not any longer a place for stability. I think this has a tremendous impact on the global economy. Even the relationship between Russia and China, I wouldn't take it for granted that this will last a longer time. I think in Beijing they are not very happy with the eternal relationship between Moscow and Beijing, and they don't believe in that. So there is still place for diplomacy. And another big question will be the US. We are approaching November. There we will see the midterm elections. Maybe I'm too pessimistic, but I don't think that it will have a positive outcome. This does not mean that 2 years ahead the next presidential race will be decided, but the US will continue to be, beyond Biden, a center also of maybe domestic instability. So I think Europe can play a positive role in this setup. If we get our act together, if we stay united, I think Europe can really move forward. Now, what you mentioned, the Global South is separating, and a second non-aligned movement is developing. I agree to that. But this means that we have to take the Global South more seriously. I personally don't understand why the EU is not more forthcoming in trying to cooperate with the African continent. We were talking about raw materials, we were talking about COVID, all these issues. We must invest more. That's my answer. But we are approaching into a very unstable world, and therefore we must rely more on Europe and, of course, on NATO. But NATO needs a strong European pillar. Without that, it might be a complicated future.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, i tak zabraliśmy
Well, so we have robbed you of your 10-minute break. Next panel is planned for 12, is to start at 12, so we need to conclude. Convinced that the challenges are enormous, the ones that we are facing now, and we have difficult recipes. Well, that Europe should get united, we should act together, NATO is important, that's true. And the midterm election in the US might not, we may hope that it will not bring changes. Ukraine will keep receiving support. Well, times difficult. This is the end note of this panel. I want to thank the panelists, apologize for all the inconveniences.
Teraz mówię po angielsku, chciałem powiedzieć.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Dziękuję wszystkim panelistom. Dziękuję za dyscyplinę czasową. Rzeczywiście 10 minut przerwy nam umknęło. O godzinie 12
we need to be back here at 12 o'clock sharp. Please be back here. Thank you for the first part.
that's her role,
Dziękuję.
and close this door
Przechodzimy do
as well.
kolejnej
Thank you.
debaty.
Moving on to the next debate
O intrygującym tytule, proszę
with
Państwa,
this
polityka
intriguing
pieniężna,
title,
fiskalna i
Monetary,
makroostrożnościowa
Fiscal and
w dobie
Macroprudential
wysokiej inflacji i
Policies
niepewnego
at a
wzrostu.
time of
Zapraszam
high
na scenę
inflation
pana
and uncertain
profesora Jerzego
growth.
Hausnera,
And
przewodniczącego
please
Rady
join me
Programowej
here on
Open
stage.
Eyes Economy
That's
Summit,
Professor Jerzy
Fundacja GAP,
Hausner,
członek
chairman
Rady
of the
Polityki
Open
Pieniężnej w latach
Eyes Economy Summit
2010-2016.
Program Council, GAP
I zapraszam
Foundation, member of the
panelistów.
Monetary Policy
Rozumiem, panie
Council
profesorze, pan
2010-2016.
ja mogę, proszę bardzo. No to
And
zapraszam
introduce
pana
the
Marka
panelists.
Belkę, pana premiera, posła do Parlamentu
Marek
Europejskiego
Belka, Prime Minister,
2019-2024
MEP
i prezesa Rady Ministrów w latach
2019-2024,
2004-2005 i prezesa
and
Narodowego
Prime
Banku Polskiego w
Minister
latach 2010-2016.
2004-2005 and
Jest z
President of
nami, mam
National
nadzieję,
Bank of
również Giovanni
Poland.
Calegari, Head of Economics and Risk
I hope
Analysis,
with us we
European
also have
Stability
Giovanni
Mechanism.
Calegari, Head of
Please join us
Economic
on
and
the
Risk
stage. Thank
Analysis,
you, sir.
European Stability Mechanism.
And Mr. Oldrich Dedek with us as well, board member of the Czech National Bank. So we're all here. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and the floor is yours, Professor.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. In the Eurozone, we have inflation, headline inflation at 7.4%. Core inflation is at 4.14. In the Czech Republic, based of what we know, headline is at 14.2, core at 9.7, in Poland 13.9, 8.5, respectively. This means that inflation is now the most serious problem the economies are facing. I don't want to downplay other problems that we're discussing, but because it's the European Financial Congress, the problem of inflation is key. I have one main task and one main question that I want to ask to our panelists. But before I can formulate this, I want to go back to the well-known Danny Roderick's trilemma. Some time ago, as he was describing the globalization of the economies, market economy and world economy, he said that you cannot have the three of the three: globalization, national sovereignty, and democratic process. Only two are possible, not three. And the situation today is such. We have to go through disinflation. That seems a must. But the question is about growth. How do you do disinflation without taking us into a deep recession? I think that based on what we've heard before, there is a third part to the trilemma, which is what do we do to maintain our economies on the growth path and be consistent with disinflation. So while doing these two things, what do we do to prevent the deep and long-term impoverishment of our societies? Is it just as Donny Roderick put it, the impossible trinity, simply an impossible thing to do? And that's my question that I want to ask to my panelists. It's really difficult for me to speak about European economy. I would love to ask a question about the Czech economy, but I'm going to focus on the Polish economy. The thing about inflation is this. When it first exceeds a certain pace, it's painfully interfering with economic life. But it also affects the redistribution of property assets. So it's painful for societies and for economies as well. So socially, economically bad. Number two, it's an illusion to think that inflation can be maintained at a certain level,
unikając zasadniczych niepewności.
at the same time avoiding some basic uncertainties. I mean, inflation at 2% can be maintained because it's really no inflation at all. But when it gets to 8 to 14%, that's not the kind of inflation you can maintain. It's a self-propelling mechanism with certain brakes no longer in operation, such as central bank policy, not just monetary policy, but also communications policy or fiscal policy, or generally the macroeconomic policy mix. Now, that cannot be maintained. Now, the third thing, the worst thing about inflation is that the cost to fight it is very high, and it is higher if the policy is not consistent internally. That makes me a pessimist. There is no way right now to reduce the pace of inflation now that it's above about a dozen percent, like we have in Poland. Now, especially given the current policy mix, we cannot do it unless it's clear that major social groups will be impoverished, or generally the entire society. So to start with, here's my really pessimistic contribution. Thank you.
Giovanni, what is your opinion?
Thank you so very much, and thank you especially for inviting me here in this beautiful town. It's a very nice discovery. And I share a bit of the pessimism. It's not a pessimism, it's just acknowledging that this inflation that we are going through right now is generated by different type of shocks than what we have been experiencing in the last years. It's a terms of trade shock. What does it mean in terms of trade shock? We have really this big push of the imports prices, no? Prices of commodity, price of energy, prices of food. And what does it mean this? What is that we experienced in the 70s, 1974, 1980, 1981, when similar terms of trade shock happened? It's transfer of income. It's something very different compared to what happened when there was the pandemics, in which there was a big hole in economies and policies could fill with policies. Okay? Here we are transferring income to the outside world, to all the energy producers, the commodity exporters, unfortunately also Russia in this sense. So fully offsetting this is not possible. We need to be very clear in this, because if we come strong on the fiscal side, we just add further on demand and just we increase the share of income that goes outside. However, there are ways that we can square this circle. We cannot really square it perhaps, but we can stretch the circle in a way that gets closer to a circle. To a square, sorry. And it's the fact there are two things. First is protection. The first word is protection. The second one is credibility. Protection is protection for the most vulnerable groups. The most vulnerable groups are vulnerable in two important dimensions. First, they are coming out of the pandemics with much less savings than higher income groups, much less capacity to absorb the shock. Second one, they have a higher share of their income, the money they get month to month, that goes into energy and food, so they are most impacted by this. If we do a transfer between the higher income groups, so we are not increasing demand, but we are just doing intra-economy transfers, we are protecting the vulnerable groups with obvious social benefits, of course, but also with important economic benefits. We are protecting consumption because these people have higher propensity to consume, of course. These shares of the economy, and we're also reducing the risk of political radicalization, a type of risk that nobody wants right now. The other key word, the second key word that was mentioned before is credibility. Credibility for policymakers. They need to be very clear, monetary policymakers, fiscal policymakers, macroprudential authorities. They need to have a very clear understanding of the short term, and they need to have their eyes on the medium term. What does it mean, credibility? Credibility means really having something that Professor Becker was mentioning before, clear communication. Not just saying, okay, we will do this, according to our baseline projection. But it requires saying, okay, if things go worse than we are currently expecting now, I will act in this dimension. I will do this. I will react by making a certain specific policy move. Why is this important? Because this creates policy space. Think about monetary policy. If they are very strong in their commitment with price stability, if they are very strong in their capacity to control and avoid wage price spirals, the increase in interest rate and the constraints they will impose on growth will be smaller. Fiscal policy, control on debt sustainability. There are no debt sustainability risks over the short term thanks to the low interest rate of the past that are still sifting through into interest payments of the government. But over the medium term, there are threats. In all euro area countries and also in the EU. It's important that the government says, yeah, I will commit to that sustainability, I will be ready to move if things get worse than I currently expecting. And be able to move in risk scenarios, in downside scenarios, important. As at the ESM with our staff, we have been, since February, okay, we have a baseline scenario and a downside scenario. After a week, the downside scenario became the baseline scenario. And we do another downside scenario, and so on forth. We did it 3-4 times. So basically, this crisis is big because the share of income that goes to the outside world is big. The impact has been softened by the big amount of savings that came from after the pandemics. But we need to be clear in what is the nature of the shock and clear in the policy response in order to maintain credibility. This is the way to reduce the strengthening of growth needed to lower inflation over the short term and maintain a medium term that is good for all the sector of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Olczyk, the time is yours now.
Okay, thank you. I'm really glad it's my first occasion to be here. Just let me some short detour. In 1950s, my father was remunerated by 1 week recreation in Sopot. And I remember he wrote a letter to us saying, this is so incredibly poor region. Yes, you cannot imagine, even on the Czech standards. Now, on my first occasion to be here, I have to say, today is different. Yes, definitely. So, your starting point is quite excellent. Yes, you add some more impossible trinity into economic theory. As a teacher of economic integration, I know we have other impossible trinities. Yes, monetary trilemma, financial trilemma. And to answer this trilemma, I think we feel that it has something to do with the monetary response, how the central banks are approaching this problem. And I would like to outline some debates we have within the banks, okay? I will not go into details. Yes, we have a majority view, minority view about this respect. So what I can say about it? Let me start one exciting experiment, if I can sell it. There are completely two different approaches of monetary response. On the one hand, of the ECB, yes, is very reluctant to increase interest rates on the one hand, and on the other hand, very sharp, steep interest rate increases in Czechia, Poland, and Hungary. Is there any difference? I think this observation is even more spicy from the point of view that the fourth Visegrad country, Slovakia, is covered by ultra-loose monetary policy of the European Central Bank. And what are the results today? Is the Czech headline inflation is by 2 percentage points higher than in Slovakia. As regards core inflation, which is headline inflation minus energy, food, beverages, even is 3 percentage points higher in the Czech Republic than in Slovakia. okay, we can say so far, okay? We don't know what will be in the future. But from my point of sight, is a kind of suggestion whether a very aggressive response to today's inflation is the right response. If I can say something about the state of debate in our bank, I think that the question is to what extent the monetary policy should distinguish between supply and demand shock. Not to be misunderstood, our staff carry out many interesting analysis as showing what is the proportion. As at the beginning, it was 50-50. After the Ukraine war, it may be 80-20. But the key point is that the majority view of the central bank says that it has no material impact for monetary decision making, because what matters is inflation expectations, and inflation expectation should be anchored. We should not even dare to shock the market by the size of the interest rates hikes, because the public doesn't distinguish what is the origin of inflation. So this is probably the reason, yes, behind the aggressive policy of the Czech National Bank. And let me conclude, what are the results? Okay, does this strategy works in reality? And I have to say that the empirical evidence is mixed. After 9 months of, I would say, aggressive monetary tightening, the opinion polls in the corporate sector show that in a 3-year horizon, companies perceive that the inflation will be around 6%, yes, which is well above the 2% inflation target. As regards the households, as the inflation perceptions as measured by balance statistics published by the European Commission, they are more or less the same as is the EU average. Only financial analysts, they maintain that in 3-year horizon, the inflation will be around 2%, and my explanation is that this is the trajectory who is aware about the existence of the inflation target.
Thank you very much. Szczęśliwie dla naszej rozmowy
Thank you very much for that. Luckily for this conference, the points of view of the 3 panelists are not identical, while they may not be quite different, but I can spot some differences in how they presented this. Now we're going to have round 2, and each of you has 4 minutes to argue with the other. Over to you, Marek Belka. First of all, Giovanni's words about credibility. And you mentioned protection. These are 2 things that really supplement the view on inflation that I've presented. Our situation is when the monetary authority and fiscal authority, they have no full control over the inflation processes. But the issue here is that people should believe and trust that after some time the stabilization will come and that normality will be back. And also that the inflation or fight against inflation, getting back to normality, will not bring over dramatic social costs. Okay, so what to do then?
We did have episodes when inflation got up to 4.5%, 5%. The Monetary Council was jumping over the feet, and now pretty late, but now the Council is raising up the interest rates. I believe they should calm down and consider the results of previous increased interest rates, what impact it has on the purchase history, and maybe we will get rid of mortgage loans and consumer loans. They will just disappear. The operating loans, they will be there because the production is to be maintained. But what I would suggest today, what would I advise today? The interest rates, you should not race with the inflation, with the increased interest rate, because at the end of the day, we will have like 20% of the interest rate. Okay, go on. Then think about consequences, not dramatic for the inflation, but the mortgage loan will die out. And also, it would be important to follow what Mr. Grabowski has advised. Well, I know that people hate it when he advises things. They don't want to follow him. But still, maybe the National Bank of Poland would issue anti-inflation bonds, as it's completely different than the governmental bonds, state bonds. And also, the messages should be changed, not on inflation, but not only on inflation, but also on the governmental policy. Well, we don't want now to bring the economy to the recession, but our growth is 8.5%, so it's really far away to the recession, as from here to Haiti. So maybe it would be worthwhile for the National Bank of Poland to increase its mandate and ask the government to have right fiscal and monetary policy. Thank you. Giovanni.
One important thing that is very important is really the level of resiliency. I mean, we have been surprised of the economies. We have been surprised many times. Okay, in our organization, the European Stability Mechanism is the one that manages the programs. I worked a lot of time in Greece, in Cyprus, also in Ireland, and there is a kind of mental bias and simple things will go wrong. Okay, and this is what the way I have to admit I walked into the pandemic crisis, and we showed, and this country more than many others, a very strong level of resiliency starting from the labor market. Okay, this is something that we need to recognize. This is something that there is a part of inflation, and the split between demand and supply is really about what I'm talking about. There's a part of inflation that comes from the pandemics, comes from really is legacy of the big fiscal support that was there in the pandemic. This is just an inflation that needs to die out. What is important is really to ensure that this does not trigger into elements that could make this situation which we are actually in more persistent. What is the objective? What is the thing that us at the ESM and together with our colleagues at the Commission, we are trying to do when we talk to governments, really to say, there is inflation now, we need to be here at the same time, and perhaps all of us here at the next EFC next year, and treat inflation as a thing of the past. Persistency is our enemy at the moment. It's not inflation now. And when I say credibility is really the fact that perhaps I can do less now if I promise you that in the future I will do a lot. Think about Draghi, whatever it takes. This is exactly that. Draghi, whatever it takes was, if things go bad, I will come in. And believe me, will be enough. And he came with a big credibility baggage coming from the quality of the ECB analysis of the past. What he did in practice? Nothing. That is exactly my point. If you come credibly, if you come that you are ready to do everything, independently of the fiscal or the risk of fiscal dominance or of all the other risk, then you don't need to do much eventually. You don't need to increase the servicing cost for mortgage holders. So that is really the element, and that there is a big risk, and it's something that the 70s in Western Europe was big, is that, okay, but now, as we discussed before, it's different. We do things differently. Let's just focus on now, what is going on. Let's not focus, we will deal with tomorrow. If we do this, we strangle ourselves. There is big risk that we strangle ourselves. So it's really be able to communicate well, to communicate and indicate very clearly what is going to be done if things happen here, if inflation is more persistent, is extremely important to reduce the strangling right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Oldřich. There is a question to you. How is the Czech National Bank dealing with the political pressure against raising the interest rates, especially from mortgage holders? So please react to colleagues' opinion and also to this question.
Of course, I'm a little bit concerned that I will forget the question, so I will answer the question first about the mortgages. Okay, so of course we see quite sharp deceleration of the mortgages. As previous year was abundant, now we are less than 45% lower. So, of course, it may raise the questions, but to some extent is deliberate, but because we have to cool down the mortgage market. But once again, it is a matter how much, yes, not to overshoot. Yes. So far, I think that it's okay. My colleagues raised several interesting questions. Probably the credibility, yes, of the central bank is very important. I say that it's very difficult, yes, to defend the credibility in these days. What the public can reason, yes. On the one hand, there is a sharp increase in prices, yes, particularly due to energy cost. To give some examples, for example, even the bill of the Czech National Bank is faced with such big cost as our price of energy we will pay will increase by 80%. As regarding the gas, the price is going to increase by 160%. So it wouldn't be a miracle, yes, if the companies will not transfer this cost push prices into on customers. So on the one hand, the public observes this severe price increases, and at the same time, it observes sharp increases of the monetary interest rate, which are not reflected so far, yes, in declining prices. So it's a conundrum, yes. It's a vicious circle, yes, how to support credibility in these difficult times. And I didn't mention the question of social cost. Yes, they are the third angle of this trilemma. It's not, of course, it's not the responsibility of the central bank. Okay, only the government has some instruments to issue, and there is a very tricky dividing line between so-called fiscal dominance on the one hand and monetary and fiscal cooperation. And some people, okay, don't distinguish this point. Okay, everything which is said in support of government is interpreted as a fiscal dominance. My perspective is that the interest rate, okay, should increase in a reasonable pace in order not to diminish the fiscal space for important fiscal policies. Yes, the government is in an incredibly difficult position. Yes, on the one hand, it has to consolidate. On the other hand, there are social programs for injured people. There is a war in Ukraine. Yes, we have to increase the military expenditures. So, is it reasonable, yes, to go ahead very fast with the interest rate and increase the debt financing of the government? Yes, it's very tricky question to answer.
Right, so we are now getting to the third round. We have time for 2, maybe 3 questions from the audience. We see one question which I will address to Marek. Possible implementation of CBDC may increase the control of central bank on the inflation processes. And I would want us to add 2, maybe 3 questions from the audience, and then the panelists will be able to take floor and answer. Anyone from you would want to raise a question? Well, so you're not interested in what we are talking about?
Dobrze, Marek Belka będzie odpowiadał, ale proszę, jest jedno zgłoszenie, to następnie Marek, proszę odpowiedzieć.
Okay, Marek, so answer this question about CBDC.
Okay, odpowiedź na to pytanie.
The answer to this question, well, I could really, well, I will try to give the answer, but this is the question to Giovanni, actually, because I know that in the European Central Bank, they are working on it a lot. But before I give you a floor, give me just 1 minute. Number one, it seems to me that cryptocurrencies or digital euro, so digital euro has the potential to improve and to modernize the payment system. And it's always about fight, and it's also to deal with competition with the existing cryptocurrencies, but I cannot possibly imagine that crypto euro will help to increase the control of the central bank over the inflation process. But I might be wrong. So I'm giving it over to you because maybe I don't know something.
Thank you, thank you. No, directly not. The digital currency is just a switch. Okay, just a switch from a type of currency to another type of currency that is essentially paperless, is just electronic, and but indirectly can help a lot because it can reduce transaction cost. It can really, for instance, in the case of the euro, it can really help support the international role of the euro. In this sense, it can really help stabilizing the role and the value of the euro internationally, increasing the role of the currency as a reserve currency. And this can really help strengthen the currency in itself and exposing our currency also to fluctuation of exchange rate, for instance, that helps. So the central bank digital currency in itself is just a way to really enter into a forum in which there are other players and be sure that there is a regulated digital currency. It is not just about unregulated digital currency, but allowing the central bank to intervene to reduce cost, transaction cost. The per transaction will be very low, but once we add all the transaction can be very high, can strengthen the capacity of the central bank to the capacity of a currency to stabilize itself, to be less subject to fluctuation in exchange rate or of others. So, summarize, not directly, but indirectly, yes.
May I also
yes, of course. You're welcome.
Add something about the CBDC because I am chairman of the working group, yes, in the Czech National Bank, which pays attention particularly to the development in the euro area, yes, how the digital euro is prepared. So far, regarding the inflation, I think the major debate is about whether the CBDC adds any useful additional monetary instrument to the hands of the central bank. And as I understand the current discussion, it's a tricky question. Yes, if the people have the right to deposit money in the central bank accounts, or in some way indirectly, because the CBDC is the liability, yes, of the central bank, it may pose some serious problem for financial stability. Okay, that the people can move the deposits from the commercial banks to the central bank. Another issue debated whether the CBDC will be instrumental to the policy of negative interest rates. Of course, this assumes that the banknotes will vanish, yes, from the market. Otherwise, there will be lower band, and people may substitute, yes, substitute negative interest rates for the currency, and at the same time is highly unpopular, as I understand the instruments. Even the banks in the Eurozone didn't dare to use negative interest rates on retail deposits.
Mamy jeszcze jedno pytanie, jest problem z przeczytaniem, ponieważ to pytanie wychodzi
I have a question, but this I can't really read it. But how do you assess the impact
spadku osób w wieku produkcyjnym na długotrwałe
increase? How do you assess impact on demographic changes, so less people in productive age in OECD countries, on long-term inflation trend? This is the last question. You have 1 minute each.
Starzenie się społeczeństw oznacza...
So it's about aging population. Well, aging population means people will save more. What it means, less will to consume, which is less price pressure. Ergo, such demographic change has anti-inflation impact. Thank you.
Giovanni.
Wow, Giovanni.
No, for sure, absolutely. And this was the problem until a few months ago. I mean, if we were back 7, 8 months ago, we were all worried about low inflation, not high inflation, and demographics was a big driver of this. However, it has big fiscal implications as well, and this is something, for instance, my own country, Italy, we are experiencing this day to day, and this complicates the conduct of monetary policy and the welfare of the people a lot. And remember that high inflation is bad, but low inflation is also very, very bad. So trying to reverse the demographic trends, it's important. Can be perhaps helped now, but it will take really a lot of time. It is taking really a lot of time, but it doesn't help the welfare of people. It's not something that can help really ensure that our kids will be better off than us.
Olgi.
Yes, I think that my colleague summarized the key points quite well. I would only add one, I think, argument that even the third world markets will mature, let's say, like in China, which means that they will cease to become the source of cheap labor. So it means that even from these countries, we can expect imports of goods that are more value added.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of the panel, and questions keep pouring in, but we have no opportunity to answer them anymore. I would like to collect what I have understood from the very interesting contributions from our panelists. Firstly, inflation is cumulative. Everything drives everything else, which means that inflation cannot be controlled in strict terms, but it has to be addressed by breaking the spiral wherever possible.
This inflation,
disinflation, when we have double-digit inflation, is very difficult. That's why it's crucial to distribute the costs properly, whether this distribution is clear and convincing to the public, and of course legal. Protection, that was the word used, but people have to understand why do we accept this kind of cost distribution, and there have to be most disadvantaged people who are protected, not because they are not able to defend themselves, but if we exclude them from the market, we'll weaken the market and the growth. Interest rates are the key, but they are not the only way to do disinflation. Without a policy in this regard, we can't really do anything. But if interest rate were the only tool, then we are using an axe to disinflate, and that is a dangerous thing to do, and it's a difficult weapon to wield. And disinflation is about reversing the spiral. So it's not about moving ambitiously to 2%, but for people to actually see the dynamics, that the price dynamics has been reversed. And the key word that we have heard is credibility. Today at 5 p.m. I'm going to present Poland's economic credibility index with my colleagues, and we are going to show you our calculations in detail, and we have a growing deficit there. But we have to understand the notion of credibility. Credibility is meeting the obligations that you have. On the one hand, we have a specific economic situation, which we have discussed. On the other hand, we have the response in the economic policy, including the National Bank of Poland and any central bank, to this situation. And then we have whether this response is understandable, understood, and is predictable. So we can understand it, the situation, we can respond properly, and that we can stick to our guns so that we fulfill our obligations. Also, there's an obligation that the central bank is there to make sure that the money is stable. A very interesting panel. Marek Belka, Giovanni Calegari, Oldřich Dedek. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Jerzy Hausner, for chairing this panel so beautifully. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for being here. We understand that you have to fly away. And the problem with the first day of the Congress is that we are always in a hurry, since when we start in the morning until late at night. Now we have a very interesting contribution. We are happy that we have the chair of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority, Mr. Jacek Jastrzębski, and it's going to be about the Polish financial market, current state and future prospects. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you very much, thank the organizers of the EFC very much for giving me the opportunity to share some comments and thoughts from the point of view of the Polish Financial Supervision Authority. I admit that it is my first time at the EFC Sopot, and it's all the more so that I'm honored to be here with you, speaking at the plenary session, sharing the current state and future prospects for the Polish financial markets. Before speaking about Poland, I would like to give you some reflections, two reflections. First of all, it would be a mistake to analyze the current situation and the prospects without looking at the global context, at least the European context. And first of all, this follows from the fact that we cannot avoid the fact that we are operating in a global world with all its pros and cons. Paweł Borys earlier stated that perhaps we have a dusk of globalization at this point, but definitely it still delineates our context. And in the financial market, especially like in a lens, all the pros and the risks are focused that are related to globalization. I'm going to talk about the dusk of globalization as well, and it is also compliant with several of what I want to share. The second observation When evaluating the strength of a financial system, economic system, we always think in relative categories, relative terms, and we compare ourselves to other states. We look at other players. Of course, this can happen that we have the same issues that others experience, and I'm going to talk about it too. But the way we cope with them and we address them and how we can overcome them affects the competitive edge of Poland's economy and businesses. So this relative assessment is very important. Speaking of globalization, first of all, the Polish economy is open, well integrated with the global economic system. There is free flow of capital, of currency. We are an EU member. That's why our regulations are based on the so-called single rule books published by the EU under global agreements. And here, of course, the Basel Agreement comes first. That's been implemented by the EU. And it's been, some say even it's been implemented too much, it was overinterpreted, and that also fits in with what's being said publicly, and that it's too casuistic, that it is too strict, that it's too detailed, that you can't see the wood for the trees, that it's so technical that you can't see the overall picture. I'll come back to that. But first, a few words about what globalization gives us in the economic and regulatory sense. Economically speaking, we heard about it. Globalization gave us 3 decades of continuous and unprecedented economic growth and an increase in the living standard, especially in the developing countries, which developed relatively faster compared to developed countries, for example, South Korea, Taiwan, or Ireland. But there are also risks. There have been risks, and the crises that we have had since the beginning of this century, 2008, COVID, and then the Russian aggression on Ukraine. These are crises that have not been generated by Poland, caused by Poland in any way. But of course, we bear the consequences here in the Polish market, which goes to show that the risk market infection risk is so important, because we've had those huge disruptions recently that could probably happen once every several dozen years, but we have just seen 3 of them over several, like 20 years. And this is a price that we are paying for a globalized economy. Now, the relationship between globalization and regulation. Now, how does it happen that the world today is coping with global crisis so well, seemingly? Because even recently, they would have had the power to overturn an entire economy of a country. But our economy is handling it quite well. So where is the key to this success? It seems that we are taking these challenges globally as well. And we are drawing conclusions from historical experience. 2008, we managed to overcome due to coordinated and courageous campaign from central banks. So 1929 wasn't repeated. After the crisis, the conclusions were drawn. In 2010-13, a regulatory package was developed, and that's Basel III that I'm referring to, and it prepared banks very well for what happened during the pandemic, because we have to emphasize banks were a way out of the crisis. They were not the source of it. And that follows from Basel III. And it's also a consequence of very bold actions of regulators and supervisors at the European level. Basel III, although it is described as rigorous and strict, it still gave a lot of room to maneuver to regulators and banks to find answers to the pandemic crisis, not by looking for new regulations to introduce exclusions to other regulations, but supervision authorities and regulatory authorities on the European level, they were able to find flexibility and room to do what they were mandated to do, to get out of the crisis dynamically. And also the MSS9, International Accounting Standard 9, it was a challenge originally in the beginning of the pandemic, but its flexibility proved to be good enough. with a certain courage to act, and solutions were found. So this is a voice of optimism in what I am trying to say, because supervision and regulatory authorities at the European level coped with the pandemic within this rigid regulatory framework, and perhaps this is a time to look at how these regulations are formulated. But also, we need to have certain overriding principles considered first. But regulatory and supervision authorities have to have a certain dose of leeway. And here, the response of the market to the pandemic, or regulators of the market to the pandemic, makes us optimistic. A similar thing goes for Russia's aggression against Ukraine, where the global response came quite quickly in sanctions. It's the key. Sanctions that are not global are not sanctions at all. So that has been done quite quickly, quite rapidly, but of course came a challenge. 4 million people appeared in Europe, refugees from the war, and we had to find a place for them in the financial system. So we had to depart from certain strict rules. And the regulatory supervision institutions really succeeded in finding this flexibility. So sanctions on the one hand and financial inclusion on the other. Now, speaking of the stability of the Polish financial system, globally speaking, the way I see stability is the resistance of Polish financial institutions to global events, which increase local risks. And we have to say that the Polish financial sector, the banking sector and insurance sector, and in the investment and equity sector, has gone through the stress test quite well. And I have to emphasize that it was also the case in its operations, especially during the pandemic, when during a complete lockdown, operations were still maintained and ongoing, services were continued, and business support programs from the government were also optimized. Banks were engaged to a great degree, and the sector is also opened up to more than 2 million refugees from Ukraine who had to get access to even basic financial services in order to be able to live in our society. And COVID-19, the pandemic, it was also a leap in terms of digitization and an opportunity to use it. And the hybrid war, what happened in recent months, shows that what is a success could have been our Achilles heel. But again, our sector has come out on top. We have, yes, well, this is the end of the first part of my presentation, of my contribution. I have two more. I would like to say something about the effects of Russia's aggression on Ukraine from the point of view of our financial sector. Like I said, various events bear similar consequences on financial markets, so it would seem that the issues will be similar. So direct exposure of the financial market to entities from Russia, Belarus was negligible. In Poland, it was just about Austria and Germany, entities there, so the scale of exposure was not an issue. But there's, of course, a question of the effects of the so-called round two. And what I think that we need to emphasize is that there can be a clear effect of tightening the monetary policy connected to monetary policy with these demand and supply shocks connected to the aggression to Ukraine. And given the slowdown in the economy due to inflation and due to the 2 years of pandemic, we can expect that there will be a spiral accelerating, that fiscal interventions in these situations will increase the profitability of debt, and that will translate onto the losses of financial institutions shown in balance sheets and also in investor portfolios. And we can see this slowly in Poland, but we will probably see it in other markets. For example, the European Central Bank is tightening the monetary policy, the cost of money can increase, the verification of many investment projects can get validated because they began in the era of cheap money, and this can cause various different additional cascade, and then credit spreads can increase in the debt market, and the situation in Ukraine, the uncertainty is a factor. Poland can be affected sort of by accident and unjustly. One, because we have our own currency, and two, because we are perceived through the lens of our location on the map, like being near to the front lines of war. Now, speaking of perspectives and prospects, there is a component of forecast. Forecasting is risky and difficult, especially if it talks about the future, as my colleagues say. But it seems that the main challenge that we have now is that in these unfavorable conditions that I've described, is that we have huge investment needs into very capital-intensive, equity-intensive areas. Two trends here. One, transition to zero emissions economy, and two, the need to rebuild industrial production by the European Union and the United States. And that refers to what Paweł Bodys said in his contribution, that perhaps we need to become independent in this respect. These two combined, zero emissions will require a transformation in our industrial sphere and in technology. But this is not a place to debate how the conflict in Ukraine influences our climate policy. We could have a separate panel for it. But definitely, the West doesn't have enough fossil fuels, so we have to move to zero emissions. Even setting aside climate goals, even energy security for our civilizations shows that this direction may be justified. We need to have outlays, we need to make outlays, and this overlaps with what I discussed before, with the potentially limited opportunity to continue fiscal expansion. So we have to look for financing in private markets. And of course, our market is a banking market, generally speaking, but banks work in a cyclical environment. And looking at what is happening in the debt market, well, they may have to restrict their balance sheets as well. So this is a challenge, and it's also an opportunity. Katarzyna Szwarc, Madam Representative, is here. Yes, it's a huge opportunity for the Polish equity market, because looking towards financial innovation, which is part of green finance, sustainability-linked bonds, or other kinds of financial engineering, which will, in the good sense of the word, which can finance energy-related zero-emission projects, this is a huge opportunity, and this is where we should be going. Of course, to us, the US is a model to follow in this regard. Some things are happening in the EU. In Poland, we have a strategy for capital market development, and these are the issues that I'm giving you a helicopter view of the matter. But there is a huge room to cover by the financial sector, to be able to find financing for the projects that they require.
Companies that will have best access to financing will be successful, and the markets that will provide financing will be successful. The race is on, and Poland should be part of that, very much so. There are other things, such as greenwashing in the green financial instruments market. There's also the risk of creating innovative products which potentially may endanger the security of market players. We have to have courage to provide several hundred billion that Europe needs, but on the other hand, innovation must be the proper innovation, and the same goes for financial engineering. But that's a challenge we have to face. I'm going to enjoy to be a panelist and a member of the audience over the next 2 days as we look for solutions to these problems. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my observations, and I wish you a fruitful Congress. Well, thank you very much. I hope you will join our Congress family for longer, and next year you will speak slower, because sticking to the time discipline is important, but it's also important to look after the health of our interpreters, and you were quite a challenge for them. Well, thank you very much. And now over to President Paweł Borys from the Polish Development Fund. Here's the new title, Role of Development Institutions in the Reconstruction of Ukraine's Economy. And now, if I may, I will introduce the next speakers. Volodymyr Litvin, former Deputy Minister of Finance of Ukraine since 2014 until February 2022, was the Deputy Chairman of the Oshad Bank. And also Viktor Pindzynek, Professor of Economic Sciences, former Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy and Finance of Ukraine. Thank you for being with us. Roman Sulczyk, member of the Supervisory Board, Privatbank, was stopped at the border yesterday. We may not forget the war is still raging, but I think we've been able to connect with him, so he will follow us online. With us, we have Alain Pilou, Vice President, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and Markus Heinz, representative of the World Bank, Poland and Baltic countries. Over to you, Mr. Borys, and please remember about the questions coming in through Slido.
Thank you very much for participating in this panel. I hope that despite we are both offline and online, we'll manage to have the interesting discussion. The topic is very valid, taking into account the war in Ukraine. Recently, in Davos, the President Volodymyr Zelensky said that it's better time now also to think about the reconstruction of Ukraine, and this is what we would like to discuss. We have very distinguished panelists from World Bank, EBRD, two leading Ukrainian banks, Oshad and Privat, two former finance minister and minister of economy. So I hope the discussion will be very interesting. So at the beginning, I would like to focus on the diagnosis, how Ukraine was doing before the war. From the economic perspective, then maybe we could talk about what the war means for the country in terms of the devastation by Russians of the infrastructure and many industries, and then how this so-called reconstruction and recovery package, so-called Marshall Plan for Ukraine, looks like. So at the beginning, maybe I will have the question to EBRD. We have Alain Pilou. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
EBRD was created in 1991 to facilitate the transition of the economies after the collapse of Soviet Union. So your focus primarily over the last 3 decades was on the region, and the bank have invested almost $160 billion in the region in the transition. However, at the same time, we see that Ukraine struggle during this period of time to succeed and to grow as quickly as possible and to catch up with the growth of other countries in the region. What's your opinion? What went right? What went wrong before the war in securing that Ukraine is on the right path?
Well, thank you very much, Pavel, for having me today, and good afternoon to the audience. Apologies for not being with you. I'm in Ljubljana today in Slovenia, but I will be soon in Poland, actually, at the beginning of July. Before answering your question, Pavel, I just want to make a personal comment. Of all EU member states, Poland is the country that has provided the most wide-ranging assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. And I would like to express my deep respect to Poland for that. The Ukrainian people and all of us have been deeply touched by the massive outpouring of solidarity shown by ordinary Poles and their generous help to over 3 million refugees. So, respect. Now, answering your question. Thank you. Before the war, we used to invest more than 1 billion euros a year in Ukraine. So Ukraine used to be one of the 3 top countries at EBRD, together with Turkey and Egypt. So obviously, if we invested more than 1 billion euros a year, largely in the private sector, but also with state-owned companies, some of them, it means that we had a reasonable confidence in the country. It is a country where we have engaged a lot, an awful lot. Myself, and it's only me, I met with President Zelensky 12 times since his elections and until the beginning of the war. So it gives you the level of engagement we have or we had in Ukraine. The country was going in the right direction, but at the same time, as you know very well, and we are not the only ones to have mentioned it, also the Commission, the IMF, the World Bank, the EIB, all the partners, there was still quite a lot to do in Ukraine on the rule of law, on the fight against corruption, and I would say, if I can use an even broader word, on governance in the country in general, the national governance and the governance at the level of the state-owned companies. But this is normal. And the Ukrainians are fully conscious of that. It is a process, and the process will have, of course, to resume as soon as the reconstruction starts. The reconstruction of Ukraine should not be only money and financing, because this will be provided, I am sure. It should be a combination of financing and reform. Some people say, build back better. I do not like this expression that much because it has become a kind of expression, of all-encompassing expression. But what it means in practice is that the financing of the reconstruction should go hand in hand with a lot of policy engagement in order to get Ukraine on the right track. I don't want to say too much more, Pavel. We have a lot of colleagues at the table. Just to say, because I want you to know that we have decided, despite the war, to invest 1 billion euros again in Ukraine this year in order to keep the economy afloat and also to keep vital infrastructures afloat. So this money goes into trade facilitation, into Naftogaz in order to buy gas, into Ukrainergo, into the Ukrainian railways, and of course also into a lot of Ukrainian private sector companies, in particular in the area of food security, but also in the area of pharmaceuticals. And finally, it will go in the area of municipalities. Of course, we cannot do that only on our own balance sheet, because we are a bank with rules and we need to apply a number of principles. So we told our shareholders that we will do that if they accept to cover 50% of what we are doing. And the great news that I can give you, colleagues, is that our shareholders have responded very positively, and we have already collected, in fact, enough guarantees from our shareholders in order to be able to practically invest 1 billion euros in Ukraine this year. Over to you, Pavel.
Thank you very much. And now the question to Markus Heinz from the World Bank. World Bank was created in 1944 as one of the institutions of the Bretton Woods, and it has in the name the reconstruction and development. I know also that the World Bank was pretty active in Ukraine for many, many years. Don't you think, Hans, that Ukraine was underestimated in terms of their role in not only European but in global economy, as being of the leader of supplies of many important commodities, food, also having pretty up-to-date technologies from defense to IT. What's your opinion on that? And how do you see World Bank role in reconstruction and support of Ukraine?
Well, thank you, Pavel. And also, let me first apologize for not being able to be with you today in Sopot in person, because of an important World Bank mission coming to Warsaw that I have to tend to. World Bank is nonetheless proud to be an honorary partner of EFC, in particular as today's event concerns Ukraine, and the World Bank stands with Ukraine and will continue to do so. When you ask me, Pavel, has the world community as a whole underestimated Ukraine? I would say it has done so in a number of areas. And particularly now, the global impact that we feel from the war in Ukraine after the invasion of Russia is testament that Ukraine is center for so many things that we, in the context of global supply chains, just didn't have on our radar screen. Is this something that we will have to take into consideration for reconstruction? For sure. What the role of our different international and also national development institutions will be in this, we will have to start planning now. You mentioned the World Bank was founded in 1944. That was before the World War II ended. So the time for planning is now. And the name is, as you say, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and therefore you could say that reconstruction comes even before development in our institutional DNA. So we'll look to it. If you ask me how are we going to go about this, now it's clear for us in the World Bank as a long-term partner of Ukraine that we expect to get engaged heavily in the reconstruction after the war. We'll take an all-hands approach, not just for us, but for all international financial institutions like the EBRD, and also for national development funds that have an international window. We will each have to concentrate on our own individual institutional areas of strength. So if I take the World Bank, we see a clear comparative advantage in the social sectors, in agriculture, which will be a key driver of Ukraine's recovery. And we see it in transport connections, such as railways and bridges. We see it in basic infrastructure, such as energy supply restoration. To pinpoint exactly what our engagement will look like, however, would be too early. Right now, the war is still ongoing, and we're in a, as we call it, triage phase for reconstruction. With the World Bank, we will, for instance, work on a full-scale rapid damage and needs assessment to allow us a flying start for the reconstruction planning. That's only a beginning. So with that, back to you, Pablo.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have the initial perspective of two leading development institutions from the world, and now to more local perspective. So first I give the floor to Roman Sulzik, who is online from Private Bank. Private Bank is very similar to Polish PKO Bank Polski, and Oświat Bank is very similar to PKO SA, so vice versa. Okay. So I see that the competition is the same. So from your perspective, Roman, before the war, what was the, in your opinion, what was the what were the major strengths and weaknesses of Ukrainian economy?
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, first of all, I also want to apologize for not being able to be there in person. And I want to thank the organizers, because I think it's so symbolic that the actual conference is happening in Poland, and that we're allowed to speak at this panel in Poland that knows what it's like to fight for its independence. It fought for a very long time to be independent from Russia, from Germany. And as we are fighting our independence war right now, Poland and other European countries are turning out to be our biggest ally, and we're so extremely thankful. And I want to actually thank all the Polish executives that for Private Bank, because we have probably the largest number of Polish people that for any big Ukrainian corporation that that actually work in Ukraine, and they have been before the war and especially during the war instrumental to our success. And actually people who are in the audience, our CEO, Mariusz Kaczmarek, Andrzej, the head of our internal audit department, these people with their principles and values and professionalism, they have helped create Privat into the resilient institution that it is, that actually helped carry through the Ukrainian financial system through these first months of war. And this kind of answers your question that you asked. What are the strengths of Ukrainian economy? That we actually, in places, the reform has been successful. We have managed to build independent supervisory board, independent control structures, independent institutions that hire the best professionals, both Ukrainian and international, that helped us build the economy, foundations for a proper economy. And as you rightly said earlier, that some of these institutions are under attack right now, that even the corporate governments, even the other things, that when we talk about rebuilding Ukraine, it's not so much about tactics. The tactics, which fund gives what money, who rebuilds it, that's really tactics. It's about the strategy. What strategic goal do we want to achieve? And to me, it's very clear. We want to build a Ukraine in 10 years' time that is a successful and proud member of the European family. And for this, we need to instill European values and institutions onto Ukraine. So the massive, I think the massive part of this rebuilding effort will be about building these and strengthening these institutions. And one of the ideas I just wanted to throw out there is actually the battle for hearts and minds. That a lot of speakers mentioned the hybrid warfare that Russia deploys, and spewing out its lies through its television, whatever. Actually setting up a European-owned television channel in Ukraine that gives access to all independent voices and is not oligarch-owned. That may be actually one of the biggest things in terms of strengthening the connection between Ukraine and European Union and winning the battle for hearts and minds of ordinary away from Russia. But the one of the big ideas that I wanted to throw out is actually the part of European values is actually independent, decentralized institutions with a lot of independent decision making. And for us, Ukraine may be actually this massive European project where different country takes different region or different city in Ukraine and actually creates the policies of how the rebuilding is to be done. How should the competitions be done? How the funds should be distributed? Should they be focused more on big industry or small industry or whatever? Actually have a friendly competition in different European countries and maybe other countries of OECD who can rebuild Ukraine better. And this actually the project that will last for the next 10 years that may actually breathe a new kind of energy and a new life into the whole European family where countries compete in a friendly manner of who can rebuild Ukraine better, who can create better policies, better procedures, and then take the best lessons and actually implement them in Europe itself in terms of procurement policies and things like that. Take the best lessons of eliminating corruption in Ukraine and actually potentially applying them something back home. But anyway, I spoke long enough. I just want to say thank you guys for inviting me here. Amazing conference, and thank you for thinking about building a better Ukraine.
Thank you, and now I move to our panelists, which are here in place. So Vladimir. As we know, Oświat is very similar to PKO BP. So when I work at PKO BP, I had very broader perspective on the whole economy. So the same is probably with you. What do you believe are the main challenges currently for Ukrainian economy and especially in the banking sector? Because even before the war, you were struggling to have stable, fast-growing economy. I was responsible for 6 years to supervise Credo Bank in Ukraine and to make a turnaround of the bank. So I am a little bit familiar with the sector, which was fragmented with a lot of smaller banks. Now, with such a devastation for the war, it harms a lot of businesses. It creates non-performing loans, decapitalization of the bank, liquidity squeeze. So a lot of problems. How do you see what are the main challenges now?
Thank you, Pavel, for giving me a floor. And thank you, organizers, for inviting me for this conference. Well, I was invited, I joined Oświat Bank basically during the first weeks of following the Revolution of Dignity and starting of the first elements of the warfare of Russia against Ukraine. Ukrainian economy suffered a lot from those first hits. There was a drastic devaluation. There was a significant, decline in GDP. This all resulted in weakening of the corporate sector. And that, I mean, first of all, there was a still remaining confidence of the Ukrainian population to the Ukrainian banking system. So there was a there were slight sort of signs of runoff deposits, but that was quickly, put down. But what we were facing as the biggest challenge was the weakness of the corporate sector. Of course, there was an attempt of the IFIs within the frames of their crisis response. They responded first, and they responded with throwing a lot of liquidity to the Ukrainian banks in order to distribute it to the corporate sector. Surprise, surprise, we were sitting on this money for almost 2 years. Being not able to distribute this properly. Why? Because the foreign exchange risk that we could not, channel those euros or dollars further to the economy, to the corporate sector. The corporates were afraid to borrow in foreign currency. They were afraid themselves, and the central bank recommended to be very cautious and careful when thinking of borrowing in foreign currency. If you don't have an access to...
We have some experience with foreign currency lending, and we do not recommend.
Yeah, so, the first things that, there was a big meeting of the president of the EBRD, and he asked, we throwed you so much money, why, there is no effect on that. And then, we proposed that there should be additional instruments that should top this liquidity so that the banks could feel more confident and comfortable, and the corporates would be more willing to borrow. So the first thing that was introduced by European Investment Fund, together with European Investment Bank, was the first loss guarantee. That gave a huge boost to our SME funding. And then, other banks picked up this instrument. Now it's one of the most popular ones. Still, there is a room for improvement in terms of assisting the corporate sector to be more bankable. So I'm always, trying to explore situations from bankability standpoint, and with different elements existing. If there is one element missing, so there is no further game, which is to say that now it is logically appearing that one of the missing instruments in this respect was a capital assistance to the corporates, so that if they have very good projects, if the idea is great, but they are lacking certain piece of the capital that is necessary to comply with this debt to equity requirements while they approaching the banks, then there would be a chance to move very fast in the interest of everybody, so that this is going to be a win-win-win situation for everybody, for those who invest into those funds, for banks, because they would get a better class of the clients, and the corporate sector, with whom, once the corporate sector develops, then it's going to be good for everybody.
Okay, so thank you very much. And now I will move to Viktor Pindzenuk, the former economy minister and minister of finance. Ukraine, for many years, would like to join European Union. It was very visible after the Maidan revolution. And in the last few years, the government has also implemented a reform plan and a development plan. I believe that Ukrainian economy was strongly underestimated regarding the potential and the role in global supply chains. What do you believe Ukraine could bring from the economic perspective to European Union, being either the member or the candidate with the special trade agreement?
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to say thanks for giving possibility to participate in this discussion. Very important for our country discussion. And I want to put some problem related with our discussion, a little bit different with our discussion, but related with our discussing problem. Our participants represent the organizations that are able to make a significant contribution in solving the problem of reconstruction of our country. This is professional, reputable institutions that are good experience to work in Ukraine. And here, taking into account a large-scale project of recovering of my country, all our good players need to become a single orchestra, working coordinated. It is the reason why we need a single action plan of recovering of my country. And our participants should be not only those present, but other financial institutions and banks, as well as the UA and the individual countries. All of us are understanding that it is a large-scale project. Maybe it would be easier if it was just a problem of money, but it is not a problem of money only. We are obliged to remember other problems. We need to rebuild and reform country. Therefore, the very important part of reconstruction plan of Ukraine must be ambitious plan of reforms in Ukraine. Ukraine has not yet embarked on the path of the stable economic growth. The fundamental basis for large-scale investment in Ukraine has not formed. When it comes about reform in Ukraine, we can hear about the necessity of overcome corruption, the rule of ensure the rule of law, judicial reform, the regulation, and so on and so on. It is correct and important component. But I have an impression the very significant component of problem of Ukraine has disappeared from a point of view. And it has disappeared not only in Ukraine, but also abroad. During the 30 years of our independence, such fundamental value as irreversibility, financial stability has not achieved. It was the reason why Ukraine had some financial shock that killed desire to invest in Ukraine. I am exacerbating on the problem of financial stability, not because of its technical complexity. It is politically complex problem. It is very difficult to solve the problem in situation of constant domination ideology of populism allowed by Ukrainian politicians. The problem in Ukraine is not only absence of approval of necessary decision. An even bigger problem is approval unnecessary or even harmful decision. The war and related decision increase the problem of financial imbalance and that burden on the budget. Ambitious reform program as part of Ukraine's recovery program have to address the issue of long-term financial stability. Together with other reforms, it must create an important precondition for the stable economic growth in Ukraine. The present Ukraine economy does not respond to its existing potential. It remains weak. And this weakness and vulnerability is, in my point of view, was one of the reasons for the military aggression of Russian Federation in 2014 that now escalated into a full-scale war. Economical weakness of Ukraine will be always potential trigger for the intervention of our aggressive neighbor. We must get rid of this vulnerability and weakness once and for all. Given the scale of the recovery plan, the scale of the task, the scale of the participants, a project management body should be established. both for preparation and implementation recovery plan. Along with political part of the body, there should be a permanent working body of the project. The next important component of the project implementation. Good reform program in Ukraine very often stumbles at the stage of its implementation. It is important to prevent this problem against happening again. Since we are now talking about projects that are related to a lot of countries, its implementation reform in Ukraine should be a common product of all its participants. I think the most important decision about reform in Ukraine must become a product of preparing and be agreed all participants. To summarize, as a result, I want to repeat four key points of recovery plan of Ukraine. We need a single plan. A single plan should include a very important part of reforms in Ukraine. We should establish a project management body. And four, we need agreeing all necessary decisions about the reform in Ukraine. Now we are facing a very big challenge, but it is not only a challenge, it is a unique chance. The chance not only to defeat evil, but chance to create a new security architecture in Europe, in the world. An important element of such security must be democratic, prosperous Ukraine. Ukraine with strength, ever-growing economy. I will add, Ukraine as new member of the EU, Ukraine as a new member of NATO.
Thank you very much. So maybe just briefly to sum up this stage of the discussion. I understand that Ukraine, since 2014, after the Maidan, was implementing a lot of reforms and was developing quicker and quicker. It has potential to grow not only in traditional sectors, agriculture, heavy industry, which are extremely strong, but also this is the country with good talent in IT, technical sectors. However, the country was struggling for many, many years with the destabilization from Russia, actually, politically and economically. It was struggling with oligarchs, corruption, governance, all the things we have said. But before the war, you put a lot of effort to also improve these areas. Now coming to how this support of Ukrainian reconstruction and recovery plan could look like, I participate also in a lot of discussion around that, and I'm afraid that there is a lack of coordination. So we are talking about single plan, clearly defined who is the partner. I understand that there are different stakeholders. We have international development institutions as World Bank, EBRD, we have European Commission. We have US, we have United Nations, we have countries, European countries, which has also their own initiative. And I believe that there is a lack of coordination at this point of time. And for sure, Ukraine needs quickly this type of plan backed by sufficient financial resources, and it should be targeted not only to temporary stabilization of the country, which faced huge challenges now, but also to stabilize balance of payment, financial sectors, reconstruction of physical infrastructure, housing, and strengthening and rebuilding of different industries. And now I would like to ask Alain Pilot, because you have said that this support should be conditional. And I'm not fully agree with that, because I believe that large part of this financing should be unconditional as a compensation for devastation by Russia of the economy and infrastructure. And of course, some part should be dependent on the reform. So how do you see the structure of such a package, and do you believe that international community will be able to coordinate this financing package sufficiently?
Thank you, Pavel, for your question. And as you will see, we can, I'm sure, easily agree on the way forward. I'm sure we are on the same page. Look, in the short term, the international community is focused on providing immediate support to Ukraine during the war. That's normal. And in particular, budget support, which is at the moment very unconditional, as you know. And this budget support comes from the IMF, from the World Bank, from the Commission, from the EIB. It is very important because you know that the needs of Ukraine are about $5 billion a month in order to fill the budget gap. And ourselves at EBRD, we focus on the real economy and on the preservation of essential public services because it is our role, but it also in some way contributes to fill the budget gap, in particular when we lend to state-owned companies like the railways or the electricity transmission company or the gas company, Naftogaz. That said, it is also important to think about the future and to take actions now in order to lay the foundations for reconstruction in the future. And as you said, among the most important aspects, we have to put in place an effective governance process to coordinate the reconstruction, both inside Ukraine and with the international community. It is a precondition of success, of course. You know that the government of Ukraine has already set up a National Recovery Council that is working on a national recovery plan. And the European Commission has made a very timely proposal to create a so-called Ukraine reconstruction platform. Now, this does not, it is very good, but it does not answer all the questions. And without getting into too many details, because we can't at this stage, I would like to offer my personal view on the principles which could guide the setup of any coordinating mechanism to which all parties could subscribe, Ukraine and the international community. Number one, Ukraine ownership. Of course, Ukraine's co-leadership of this reconstruction platform and the shaping mechanisms, in my view, is a condition sine qua non. The second point is the European future of Ukraine. We need to recognize Ukraine's wish to become an EU member in the future, and therefore, we believe that reconstruction needs to be linked to a dynamic reform process ensuring the fulfillment of the criteria of European integration. And this is what I mean when I mean conditional. You see, Pavel, so we are exactly on the same page, because I believe that it will be in the best interest of Ukraine to move alongside that path. The third element is inclusiveness. All actors offering critical support for Ukraine must be included into any coordination platform. So it is not only the European Commission, it is the G7 and the G7 plus, any party which can offer critical support, and of course, the IFIs. Fourth, reform monitoring. I want to repeat again that the financing efforts must be accompanied by the necessary reforms, because it is the right time to do them. You know, each time I met President Zelensky, and we became very friendly, of course, over time, I always told him, President, we and others, we want, we wish, we propose to help you and your colleagues transform Ukraine into a well-functioning country. And this has not changed. We will continue to propose to Ukraine to transform it into a well-functioning country, where the rule of law is of prime importance. And finally, of course, effectiveness and transparency, but it goes almost without saying, Pavel, in terms of setting the priorities, in terms of rapid implementation, in terms of the standards of implementation, in terms of the transparency of implementation. But this is a given. I don't want to say more, because at the moment, you know, every interlocutor will give you maybe a different response, so I wanted to limit myself to the main principles which, in my view and in the view of EBRD, could guide the coordination of the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you, Pavel. Over to you.
Thank you. And question to Markus. Do you share this view on the priorities and the governance of the support, and what could be the scope of assistance of the World Bank if such a package would be implemented?
Well, maybe let me address the last part first. It's very clear that the World Bank will be engaged heavily, but to put an amount on it is premature. All we know at this point is that the needs are gigantic, and so the resource mobilization will also have to match that, including from the World Bank. If you ask me about how should the support be structured, again, it's not for me to comment on what the ideal structure is, but it's probably worth going back to, for instance, the way the Marshall Plan was conceived. Let's not forget the OECD was a structure built to help with the implementation of the Marshall Plan. So it makes total sense to have a structure that accompanies this. Whether existing structures are already enough or not is not for me to comment, but it's a fair idea. And with regard to principles to be observed, I just want to point to what we have learned over many decades in development work, and what is summarized in the so-called Paris Agenda, the Principles for Aid Effectiveness. And they clearly talk about mutual accountability. And that includes a certain level of engagement that is expressed also what we sometimes call conditionalities, but maybe better expressed in, how should I call those, performance indicators, results-based indicators. So any structure that includes those principles should also sort of align itself to this very basic idea of how a cooperation between donors that work on reconstruction and Ukraine as a country should work. Back to you, Pablo.
Okay, thank you very much. And now the question to Roman. The first question is whether do you believe that this recovery plan should be financed by seized assets of Russian oligarchs and Russian currency reserves, and at the same time how to secure that the governance of the distributions of the financing and support is transparent.
Wow, very good questions, actually. This is something I would love myself to talk about. Obviously, I do think Russia needs to pay massive amounts of reparations and contributions for decades to come, to cover a lot of this rebuilding effort. And this is here I want to actually mention there is a big issue. I'm talking to the lawyers about this, that other people actually will want to claim these Russian seized assets. Like, for example, Yukos has a 50 billion claim. All the bondholders of Russian bonds, once Russia defaults properly, they will try to claim these assets. So this is actually, I think, an issue to also consider at the European level. Can those guys, either voluntarily or maybe through some legislation, be moved back in line so that they get their hands on Russian assets only after Ukraine is made whole or in full of whatever compensation reparations Russia needs to do? Because, for example, if a few hundred billion are seized and they immediately are taken by the likes of Yukos and by bondholders and nothing left for Ukraine, I don't think that's the kind of right outcome we want to aim at this point. So obviously, yes, assets needs to be used to rebuild Ukraine, but it needs to be all these other claimants need to be considered. In terms of the proper corporate governance, obviously it is one of the biggest issues. Exactly, how to actually use the whole process of rebuilding to lift the level of corporate governance of institutions in Ukraine, something Alan was referring to also, which I earlier, which I very much support. It is absolutely key. How do we do that? We, for example, in Privatbank, we do have a very strong functioning corporate governance, and we already are thinking, we're actually having strategy sessions, how we as an institution, how we as a bank can help during well, obviously we're helping during the war phase, but even during the start of the after-war phase, what new services can we offer to people? Like, for example, we've identified things like helping people to file properly legal claims, documenting the damages to their business, their houses. They can actually eventually get these compensations, because a lot of people, they will struggle with all this legal finesse, and we as an institution can help. So I believe that very strongly that only jointly, I don't think that this, and my opinion is not shared by a lot of people, maybe in the government, whatever, so this is my personal opinion. I do believe there has to be a joint effort of Ukraine and our international partners in actually running this. When I was a trader, there was a 4-eye principle, like where one person makes a trade, another person books it, and they're all responsible for the deal. The same way here, one of the best approaches, I think, for distribution of funds would be where Ukraine actually makes a proposal what we need, like a road, a bridge, a hospital. We run a tender and we say this person won the tender and we want to distribute this many funds to it. And then European partners who actually distribute the funds, they take the result, they verify the result of the tender, verify the actual person receiving the money that this is a viable institution and not some just shell company, and they wire the money. And then you have the 4-eye principle. So some sort of working out a structure like this, where Ukraine and European Union working side by side, checking each other and helping each other do the processes to rebuild Ukraine. I think that is the way forward, and I really think that we can achieve that. Thank you. Thank you, Pavel.
Thank you. And now, Volodymyr, historically, the economic and political relationship between Ukraine and Poland sometimes were difficult. And especially before 2014, even sometimes the Polish investment in Ukraine was received not very positively, I would say. And I have also some experience with Credo Bank. I strongly believe that if it has massively changed already after 2014. But now I believe that there is a real friendship between these two countries. What do you believe we should do to strengthen our economic cooperation in the future, and to what extent Poland could also play some role in this support of Ukraine in the reconstruction and further development via different joint project or some integration of, I don't know, some of the industries, some investment in Ukraine of the Polish business? And whether do you think it would be easy also to attract the private capital, not only public capital, to Ukraine? You mentioned this first-time loss type of instrument, whether we should also think about the kind of guarantees for private investors to mobilize the private capital to Ukraine.
Yeah. As a banker, I'm always trying to see those bankable situations, bankable opportunities, whereby private sector could take care of certain initiatives, certain projects, because in any case, the state is always the financier of last resort. When something is extremely necessary, but the private sector, for some reason, doesn't have any interest to fund, to engage them, then the state should intervene. So that's why I was always like a big advocate for private sector to be in as much as possible engaged into different endeavors. Now, Poland is the first gateway of Ukraine in terms of its trade with Europe. Yeah? Since like 3 years ago, Poland became #1 trading partner, replacing Russia. So it happened already a few years back, which is to say that the association agreement works, and the Ukrainians realized what are the fruits of the agreement, so that the European market became closer and it became kind of accessible. And Poland is the first gateway. This is something that has to be used extremely, massively. Because it's not surprising that many exports from Ukraine go further to Europe, but Poland could be a big supporter of this cooperation between Ukraine and EU, which is to say that what Alan started is that first instrument that IFIs started when there was a deep crisis back in 2014 and 15 was trade facilitation agreement. This is something that we did not see to be followed by commercial banks, because surprise, surprise, but many foreign banks closed their limits of trade cooperation with Ukrainian banks. So I can understand their risk considerations, but those things could be removed with participation of the IFIs in the middle, so that this cooperation could become much bigger. Polish corporates, they have a big experience already in building modern businesses. For example, if we earlier, I spoke many times with farmers which were willing to build their silo facilities. They were always saying that the best companies in this respect were the Danes. Since like 3-4 years, there had been Polish companies which became the usual suspects to be partners in this respect. Unfortunately, we could not see a decent level of openness and flexibility of KUKA to support these kind of projects. Now, as far as I know, KUKA has frozen the long lines onto Ukraine, versus Hermes, which still keeps all the lines open to finance projects in Ukraine for 12-15 years. Yeah?
I will speak to CEO of KUKA.
Yeah, those are as Alan told, sine qua non in terms of considerations of long-term projects, because if we don't have the access to export credit agencies, there is nothing to talk about. Then. Of course, the Polish corporates would be willing to seize the opportunity of the Ukrainian market growth, yeah, and that's why what I started with establishing of those specialized equity funds, probably initiated by your institution, then topped with the IFIs in order to establish the political risk umbrella. And once this kind of pre-structure is being established, I'm absolutely sure that the collective Wall Street is going to join the suit. So that is, in my opinion, the game plan that could be established, and so that it's not only us. We could be first to initiate, but then when we see that Wall Street joins, this could be a big fund for every one of us from academic, professional, and whatever points of view, and in the interest of Ukraine.
Okay, thank you very much. And in the matter of time, I will ask Victor for the brief answer. You have also a political experience, and do you afraid that at some point of time the international community will not lose its attention to Ukraine and not be willing to support the sovereignty and reconstruction of the country, and how we could avoid this type of risk?
Pavel and Victor, I want to apologize to both of you. I need, unfortunately, to disconnect. Apologies
yeah,
to all.
Thank you, Ellen.
Bye-bye.
My political experience left in past. Now I have other interests, but I hope it is a problem not only our country, it is a problem all world. Weak Ukraine will be all time a problem taking into account our neighbor. I believe that all our politicians can combine to solve our problem, and I hope we can get necessary support from all world. I think it is possible to create a new, rebuilt, reformed country.
Okay, thank you very much. So, just to sum up a few takeaways, I believe that it is visible for this panel that Ukraine represents huge growth potential from the economic perspective. The country was struggling, of course, for the last few decades to fully utilize this potential, but it could really bring a lot in different industries and sectors to whole European economy. We need better coordination in preparation of the reconstruction and recovery plan with the participation of all these different stakeholders, but for sure Ukraine needs to have the ownership of the plan. I hope that also Poland could be one of the major hubs of the support for Ukrainian, and in the future there will be bigger integration, economic integration between Poland and Ukraine in the advantage of the both countries. And I would like to say that I wish you to win the war as quickly as possible, and you should feel that we all support you in this mission. Sure.
Thank you very much, Pavel.
May I conclude? We definitely are going to win this war, but the thing is that but if we lose economically, then Putin would still consider that he has made it, that he defeated in something, which is to say that we have to be strong on both fronts, and we should not lose anywhere.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Dziękujemy naszym panelistom. Dziękujemy naszym przyjaciołom.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to our friends from Ukraine for the kind words. It's the Polish society, it's not the Polish government, at least initially, that met the challenge, rose to the challenge and helped Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Boris, for moderating the debate. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with Ukraine and the developments there. And just as a reminder, in the afternoon, there will be two series of debates. The first one is at 6:15, prepared by the ECF and the law firm Głachowski-Śmiałkowski-Zwara. The topic is how to effectively reconstruct Ukraine, optimizing activities and contracts as part of international assistance for Ukraine in the context of Polish experience in the area of public procurement. So a little bit of the coordination nation that was raised several times during the previous debate. And now please join us on stage. Mr. Petro Poroshenko, President of Ukraine, 2014-2019, the role of financial institutions in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Hello to you, sir.
My dear friends, dear Mr. Chairman, all the participants of this Congress, first of all, thank you very much for the great hospitality. I feel this hospitality because this is the first time when I appeared abroad after 103 days of the disastrous Russian aggression. I tried not to leave Kyiv in the most difficult day when Russian troops stay right on the border of Kyiv, where battalion which was created with my participation stand on the Irpin River near the Irpin and Bucha, trying to evacuate 20,000 people, saving their lives from the Russian barbarian. But I speak about the hospitality to 4 million Ukrainians which find out here the shelter. And this is not just an initiative of the Polish authority, Polish president, Polish prime minister, Polish government. This is the direct demonstration of all Polish people, government and opposition. And there is no any Ukrainian fatigue, because everybody understands that we are fighting here for our common European future. And the danger of Putin is existential for the whole Western world, not for Ukraine. And I'm proud that we, together with you, surprised the world. Despite of the fact that Putin said that he needs only 36 hours to capture Ukraine and to have a military parade in Kyiv, some NATO generals saying that they give us not more than 86 hours. And we, Ukrainian, first of all, Ukrainian armed forces, and I'm proud that in the year 2014, with your assistance, we create Ukrainian armed forces. And significant part of our soldiers learn in the Lublin Brigade and in the Yavoriv training center of NATO, first time in our history. Then there was a platoon and company commander, today they are battalion and brigade commander, and surprised the world. Point number two, this is the Ukrainian who surprised the world by our unity, because world before 24th of February and world after 24th of February, this is completely different world. And Putin definitely expect to undermine our stability from inside, and we don't give them any tiny chance. And I keep my fingers crossed that we will keep this unity further. Point number three, Poland surprised the world. Because everybody understands that our discussion in the past will stop our unity in the present and in the future, and you don't allow Putin to implement this scenario. And second, world surprised the Putin with their unity and solidarity with Ukraine. And this is definitely the great basis for our future victory. We are in a very difficult situation, and I recommend for everybody take out the rose glasses. We have an enormous difficulty, challenges ahead. They say that we have more than 40% falling of GDP. Does any country in the world go out quickly from such a disastrous situation? Even now we have more than 20% inflation. We have an enormous budget deficit. 30% of our industry is destroyed by Putin. And 20 more suspended by the war. And in that situation, why we are still optimistic? Because we are together. because the whole world is with us, and because I'm absolutely confident that we together developed the plan. In the previous panel, that was a very good question. What should be the plan? Does it should be done only by Ukraine or for the whole world? It was a great answer for our Ukrainian partners, including Mr. Pinzenek. I propose you different way of answering to this question. Beforehand, what we said, the proverb, money loves silence. This is not anymore for the world and for Ukraine. Now, money loves transparency, money loves trust, money loves efficiency. And with this situation, only our cooperation and coordination together bring to Ukraine, not only to rebuild our economy, but to modernize country. And with that situation, definitely we need well-organized work. I'm very much proud that the European Commission, together with the United States, together with the G7, introduced the sanction. 6th package of sanctions was introduced last week. I have a meeting last week with the Ursula von der Leyen and think that this is a absolutely enormous demonstration of the unity of European Union, which Putin also do not expect. But now we should be prepared for the next package of sanctions. And I think before the introducing gas sanction, we now should work hard, couple of weeks, to replace Russian gas and to save from, take out from Putin the mechanism to use the gas or oil as a weapons. We do not give them this chance anymore. My proposal that it should be not only personal sanction, it's okay. Definitely we should finish the banking sanction. All Russian banks should be swept out of SWIFT, including Gazprom Bank. But 7th package of sanctions should be exterritorial. What does it mean? We should stop all Russian export. Because this export financing missiles and air bombs in Ukraine now, and who knows where in the future. I'm proud what we do, and I want to thank you for the recognition Ukraine reached after year 2014. I just want to remind you that when I was elected as a president and our government has in the treasury account, can you imagine how much? $10,000 for the whole Ukraine. 10,000. The golden currency reserve was minus 3 billion. Country was a bankrupt. We don't have an armed forces. And with that situation, we do more reform than 20 years before us. And the main things of this reform was aimed to build up the competitive economy with a deregulation, and that's work effectively. And we have 4 years of the economic growth as a result of this reform, of the decentralization. And I want to thank our Polish partners, because German and Polish was help me, my team, and Ukraine to build up effectively functioning decentralization model. And now the mayor, the city council is the fortress to fight against Russian aggression. Empowering business, repaying VAT. Most important thing, we create the independence of national bank. We clean all the banking and financial sector from the bank with which altogether on the banking system, there was 80% of the NPL, 80. And now we build this type of banking system that even during the war, they are properly functioning. This is our joint result. Deregulation and everything which now preparing that we are ready to continue the reform. And the key issue for this reform is the rule of law, is the democracy, is the freedom. Because we proved to the world that what Putin think before the aggression, that Europe is weak. And Ukraine would be something like Afghanistan under attack of Taliban. And we demonstrate that democratic country with the people united is much more effective than autocratic empire of Putin. That's why I have no doubt that we will win. What we need more? Marshall-like plan. What would be the source of the finance of this plan? Definitely, we should find out the legal basis for using the Russian golden currency reserve as a first part of these things. And second part, and I want to again thank Poland for that, that was a trust fund which started to create it in Poland. And I think that was a great success that $10 billion were collected for this very short period of time. And with that situation, I'm absolutely confident that we need now to have three important preconditions. Without that, all our efforts would have much lower level of probability and level of success. Point number one, let's have it that this is a perception which all investors want to see. Perception number one, please, candidate status for Ukraine. Without that, it's significantly more difficult to build up the trust for the investor. And we can do that in the next summit of the European Union Council. Please, we don't need any acceleration. We don't need any fast track. No, we need just now candidate status. And then Ukraine, second time, surprised the world by our speed of the reform, because we will meet the criteria much faster than any other country, because this for us is a factor for survival. Point number two, war should be win, not finished, but win before end of the year. Because again, this war is have a danger for existence for the whole Western world. And that's why we should mobilize weapons, sanction, embargo, and assistance. Because can you imagine that the game changer factor is just, I don't know, 500 tanks, 1,000 armed personnel carrier, 1,000 artillery system, and 100 jet fighter, and the future of the world. With that situation, definitely, before end of the year 2024, war should be finished. And third factor, this is the Marshall-like plan. All three factors bring us to the definite success of Ukraine. Now, who would be the coordinator of all the international donor assistance for Ukraine? Definitely should be one coordinator. It is different version. US, G7, everything possible, but one. In this coordination would be International Financial Organization, IMF, World Bank, IFC, everybody. I prefer that this coordinator would be a European Commission. Why? Because immediately upon receiving the status, the European Commission will follow and support reforms in Ukraine for meeting the criteria. I know exactly what does it mean, because it was me in the year 2014 who signed up association agreement, and we implemented more than 60% of the points which is in the multi-pages documents. implemented the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement who saved Ukraine after Russia announced the embargo and sanction on all Ukrainian products. We have 44% of the European market share in the total trade imbalance of Ukraine. We have a visa-free regime. In a few days, it would be anniversary of the visa-free regime, and that is the very powerful factor for moving Ukraine in direction of the European reform. And now we are one of the most European optimistic nations on the continent. And with this situation, definitely we know what to do and we know how to do. And the final step would be, and this is our joint efforts, we need to deputinize Europe. We shouldn't give any chance to any politician, any political party, any independent expert who presented absolutely stupid report about how dangerous would be the oil or gas embargo. This is the instrument and documents paid by Putin. We should stop them using this opportunity. And we should denuclearize Russia. Because Russia, with the nuclear weapons in the hands, all the time, will bring the danger to any of European nations, including Ukraine and Poland. And that's why it's important. Principle money in return for reform, which represented by European Commission. Ukraine needs this plan, and I think that this type of Congress, which we are providing today, that would be extremely helpful if we create some analytic center who will develop and propose the decision both for European Commission and for Ukrainian government. I think that would be absolutely great idea. And it is by Ukraine integration miracle that we could solidarity implement it as a European project on European continent for good. I strongly believe that that is possible. That's once again within next months we waiting candidate status for Ukraine and European Council. By the way, membership action plan for NATO on the NATO summit in Madrid, and developing strategy plan for reform, which lead us to success. Slava Ukraini!
Petro Poroshenko, były prezydent Ukrainy. Jesteśmy z wami.
Poroshenko, former president of Ukraine. We are with you. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. Thank you for this bold intervention. We really hope that the end of the war is really close by as possible, really close. Now, a very brief lunch break. We have only half an hour, okay? Because after that, the after lunch agenda is also very ambitious. If you've eaten, then you can take your walk and see the seashore. You can walk down from Marco Polo. You may see the sea. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
over to you. 15 minutes. Thank you. It's not often that we have the opportunity to see someone who was directly involved in one of the most secretive invasions in recent times. The military invasion is documented and shown on television worldwide, and you can see this. There are pixels that people can watch, but the war online with bits in place of pixels is invisible, which means that public opinion doesn't know that much about this, but it's likely that it's just as important as the one we can follow on our screens. Perhaps quickly from me about Petrobank, although it was introduced in previous sessions, but there are some 40 million people living in Ukraine. Petrobank, well, 24 million of those are Petrobank's customers. So this is an enormous bank because the entire financial life of people flows through that bank. It's salaries, pensions, transfers, ATMs, everything. So clearly, it's understandable that the aggressor wanted to paralyze the infrastructure so that people don't have money and shops cannot sell, wholesalers cannot be paid, etc. The first step to paralyze a country. And so it's really interesting to listen to the story of Mariusz Kaczmarek, who is responsible at the bank both for operations and for IT. So please start on the 15th, because the invasion of Ukraine, the pixel invasion, began on the 24th, and we all know it, but the bit invasion began on the 15th. Well, thank you, Professor. Indeed. There was a real problem of facing a massive cyber attack that began on the 15th of February, on a Tuesday. A mass cyber attack on telecommunications, on banks, ministries of defense and economics, the National Bank of Ukraine, the key banks were under attack, cyber attack. So how did it end? At the time, the tension was so high, so much so that when some of our cash machines were already defunct at 3 p.m., they were not available. Well, the attack was conducted from Nigeria. And they used the weaknesses of one Romanian operator. He had some vulnerabilities in his system, and they made use of the infrastructure so that our IP presence in the internet was confused, trying to use a simple language. That way, our ATMs didn't see the headquarters and the system was not operating. Right, if I may stop you there, but it's a dialogue, so I want to know. Please note, this was not an attack on the bank, it was an attack on the internet, with the bank being the ultimate target of the attack. But the way to do this was via the internet, because that really applies not just to the banks, but all the other entities. Well, it was at 3 p.m. We needed an hour and a half to change traffic, add more security elements, and the bank was back to normal. But the tension in Ukraine was so big. Well, 60% of the ATMs are ours, and when they stopped operating, just imagine what happened across the country. The government, the services, police, National Bank of Poland, special services. That was an attack that we all went through on the 15th. For many banks, it was many hours of no operation. Some websites were unavailable for a long time. They made our lives more difficult. After the attack, there were attempts to shut down our other services. The bank was fortunate because we use cloud access to our infrastructure. And so we have, firewalls and safety and security measures, and we moved that to the cloud a year and a half ago. So the first attack was at 5 p.m., and it's not that it ended at 7 p.m., but by then we successfully dealt with it. But even though our bank was in normal operation, some of the services were not available. Thank God that we were in the cloud at the time. Thanks to the cloud operator, it took 3 hours for us to change the configuration of our traffic. And basically, we forgot all about the cyber war. On the 16th, 1 a.m., the bank was resilient completely to cyber attacks from cyber criminals. So much so that afterwards, we were under bigger attacks. There was more traffic. Covered up or not, but there was no effect on our banking services, not today. We're like 3 or 4 times a day attacked on a daily basis. If it wasn't for the cloud setup and the work we put in at the bank for have to be ready to for a counterattack. But the management board and the supervisory board, well, we decided to carry out this investment, and we can continue to serve 24 million customers. Well, the theory is that attacks on computers that are online are happening all the time. And the way it works, criminals scan the internet and will find a poorly configured place or outdated software or something like that, and then they will attack. It's either for mercantile reasons, that's money, or simply just for fun, so that they can brag about this. I remember we used to have a computer and it said hacked by Chinese. And there was a Chinese guy proud because he was able to hack a computer belonging to Polish students. I mean, different pleasures for different people, but that's something banks deal with on a daily basis. There are several thousand attacks like that in Poland on a daily basis. But it's quite different if it comes from an alien aggressor and it is their objective to cause as much harm as possible to the economy, to the population. And that's the second case we're talking about. And the first takeaway from this is the cloud is our savior. Well, on top of that, you have to have well-organized central institutions. And we've done a lot of work in Poland to set up institutions that monitor the internet. We share financial information, and we did the same in Ukraine. If it wasn't for this, then the impacts would be gigantic. And Sopot to all of Ukraine, the system was resilient enough to strike back, to defend itself from this attack. Plus, Ukraine is in operation. I'm not sure if you know it, but banks work under an almost normal regime. I have 1,400 branches, of which 1,200 operate. We have 7,000 cash machines, of which 5,500 are operated. We take cash, we pay out cash, we have 52 million cards. Our customers are paid their pensions and salaries, and we've been able to move all the other elements, including the systems, to the cloud. But the bank and the state is trying to operate under in a normal way, despite the war time. When you say war, well, I would say Ukraine is occupied in 20%. And being shot at in 100%. But thanks to this, we try to operate as normal as possible. Here's another conclusion. The tangible zone, which is cash machines, the cash points of sale in the shops, that's physical infrastructure and fits in within the national framework. But there are no borders to the internet, no such thing as Ukrainian internet or any other for that matter. And if you're a fully Ukrainian bank, you will be served in the cloud. Sounds abstract, but what we know is that servers are placed in Dublin and Frankfurt, which is in the European Union, and that's important in the whole picture. And the bankers and the financial sector are not within the confines of their walls. And you have every reason to be proud of what you've achieved in Privatbank. Well, the regulator didn't even allow us to have a coded copy in the cloud. A few days later, after the outbreak of the war, all the banks were given the right to store such information in the cloud. And then on the 8th of March, banks were allowed to process their data in the clouds where the services are provided outside Ukraine. That's the EU, Canada, and the United States. As a result, all of the institutions which were desperately working hard to save the physical infrastructure, in our case, our data centers were at risk of missiles. So to me, to have one of the data centers damaged, that would mean not being able to provide services to the state and to the citizens. And now that we have the go-ahead from the regulator, we migrated in a record time, 45 days. From what I'm hearing, some people are in disbelief for a bank of this scale to move from data center to cloud solutions. There are 432 systems, 337 have been migrated in 45 days, and these are all the critical services we need.
Yeah, so we should add now, as we have IT people in this room, it is about ethics and trust. Just imagine what might happen if Ukraine would answer positively to an offer from Russia several years ago, and the Russians said, "Oh, you're such a tiny country. We have the best possible service in the world. Why would you develop your own infrastructure? You can put everything on our servers. They are the best." Just like everything in the Soviet Union and Russia. So just imagine Ukraine, what would happen in Ukraine if Ukrainians trusted this offer. Ukraine trusted to the Western world, including Poland, which is of most importance at that time. And today, I believe, what really counts is that, well, everybody wants to be a part of the better world. And I dare say that even if Ukrainians, well, we have Russian-speaking Ukrainians who believe they might be better off in a bigger Russia with this barbarian approach of and war crimes from the Russian army. I believe that the Russians received the reverse effect. When you listen to the president, you listened to the ministers, they want to join the Western world because culturally, we are Poles, and they say that Poles are almost Europeans, and Poles are much more important brothers than the ones that they co-created the history with. So there is no other way out. The Western world is the place where everybody wants to be, although some people think they might do it differently. But we need to cherish the values of the Western world, because if they disappear, we'll be no different from Russia. So I believe we'll finish on this note, because otherwise I will run at the risk of disciplinary actions. Oh, we have so much to say. Thank you so much. Just one question. Do you travel to Ukraine? Have you been there from the 24th of February? Well, I left Ukraine for 2 months, but for a month I'm there every second week in Lviv. If I have to, I can walk 70 kilometers on foot, and I don't go to Dnipro because it's very close to Zaporozhye, where the war actions are located. So my dramatic story, which you heard in the beginning, it doesn't compare to the reality now. When I was in Lviv twice, I had the sirens, and Yavor was bombed only 40 kilometers away. The training center got bombarded, and a person like me says, "Oh, what are the chances that this missile will get on my apartment?" And then I go back to sleep. But a human being is a creature which get adapted to everything. But I hope you will not need to go through such experience. Thank you. Respect for courage. It was 1 quarter with EFC, very interesting. And now we'll be having a series of speeches on mega trends from people from global tech companies and advisory companies. The first one will be Natalia Lechmanova, Senior Economist, Europe and Middle East, Africa, MasterCard Economic Institute. And her speech is "The State of the European Consumer in the Current Macroeconomic Environment."
So good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here in the beautiful Sopot. And I very much look forward to sharing with you our glass half full view of the European and Polish economy during these uncertain times. But first, let me introduce you to the MasterCard Economics Institute. We analyze the economy through the lens of the consumer, and we do that by marrying not only the publicly available economic indicators, but also MasterCard's own data, aggregated and anonymized sales activity within the MasterCard network. So today I will focus on inflation, which we heard this morning is the key economic challenge facing the consumers across the world. We will explain why, though, even in this difficult environment, consumers have been relatively resilient, and we attribute this to very strong balance sheets. Consumers, by and large, did not accumulate debt during the pandemic. In fact, they accumulated excess savings, which are helping them now to absorb the shock of high inflation. We also attribute this to exceptionally strong labor markets, as we'll discuss. But I really want to deep dive into the pent-up demand that we are seeing for the so-called experience economy, as people are getting out there trying to catch up on things that they have missed out on in the last couple of years, when many of the restrictions, especially on high contact industries, were in place. So if we look at the inflation picture across Europe, it really is staggering. It's been on a vertical trajectory really since the beginning of 2021 in most countries. The initial bout of inflation, the one that we experienced last year, was driven primarily by the supply chain bottlenecks created by a combination of consumers' incredible demand for goods rather than services, because services by and large were still subject to restrictions. This is very unusual, especially for advanced economies, because we typically spend more on services. And during the pandemic, we have seen 27 years worth of the shift of buying services instead of goods reverse in just a matter of weeks. That, of course, was combined with factory shutdowns and port closures, especially in Asia, something we're seeing again, something that's again putting pressure on the supply chains as a result of COVID policies. But inflation that came on top of it, which really came late last year and continued through this year, was a bad kind of inflation. It's bad because it's coming mainly from food and energy prices. And the reason is why we call it bad is really has multiple reasons. First, it creates inequality, as we heard this morning. It puts a lot of pressure on the governments because it puts disproportionate burden of this inflation on lower income groups for whom food and energy costs represent higher proportion of their income, and therefore it puts pressure on the governments to intervene and to help these vulnerable populations at the time when they were looking to withdraw fiscal stimulus that they have implemented during the pandemic. The second reason why energy and food inflation is particularly bad is because monetary policy is largely ineffective at bringing it down, especially without causing major economic damage. And we heard from some of the central bankers earlier this morning why exactly this is a big challenge. And finally, it's a bad kind of inflation because it tends to really impact discretionary spending. Discretionary spending is spending on things which are nice to have as opposed to things you have to buy. So obviously, when energy and food bills go up, people have less money to spend on clothes, on electronics, on going to restaurants, or going on holidays, for example. But the relationship between inflation and discretionary spending is complicated. At moderate levels of inflation, as we show here, where we plot inflation against spending growth, you can see that spending growth is growing. This is because consumers think they should go ahead and buy whatever they want to buy to preempt increases in prices going forward. This was actually the kind of inflation we needed across Europe, because for the best part of the last decade before the pandemic, since the global financial crisis, we were battling too low inflation and at times outright deflation, so consumers were accustomed to just wait and see if prices come down or at best stay the same. Now they realize that prices can go up, which encouraged them to spend, and that also helped to contribute to the economic recovery that we saw last year. But of course, when inflation hits very high levels, and here we see in Poland, we hit this, in the Czech Republic, we hit this inflection point at around 4%. The growth in spending literally hits the wall. You can see from that point onwards, spending stopped growing and inflation continued to rise. If we look at Poland, it's a similar picture. The reason I didn't start with Poland is because Polish figures, of course, are influenced in the early months this year by the large inflows of Ukrainian refugees who came to Poland and contributed to spending. But you can see that in the early months of inflation last year, spending was growing, but then you hit this certain inflection point. In Poland, it seems to be around 5%, when the growth in spending generally stalled and stopped growing. Now, if I compare it to a country that has the lowest inflation in Europe, which is France, you can see how this good relationship between inflation and spending lasted a lot longer, because France only hit this magic threshold of close to 4% inflation in February, and at that point you see that the growth in spending has stalled, but it stalled at much higher levels, at 40% relative to pre-pandemic levels, compared to 20% that we saw in Czech Republic or in Poland. What's interesting, though, as spending is being influenced by high inflation. It's certainly not growing at the pace that it would be growing had inflation been lower, but still the growth rates are positive. So we try to understand what is going on, why is it that spending is still relatively robust, that consumer, despite the fact that consumer surveys tell us is feeling very pessimistic, continues to get out there and shop. And the reason is that consumers have adjusted how they spend their money. What we show here is our spending pulse data, which is our own in-house measure of retail sales, where we look at the activity in the MasterCard network, as well as survey-based estimates in the rest of the economy by other card providers, by spenders of cash and checks. And so it's a measure of wider retail sales in the economy. And these, if you look at the bottom and total retail sales in Poland, continue to grow at pretty healthy levels. But the categories that are growing particularly strongly, which are the really green categories, are restaurants, lodging, jewelry, and apparel. Now, what do these categories have in common? They are the experience economy categories. Restaurants and lodging have to do with the newly released pent-up demand for travel. We have found, again in our data, that in the first quarter of this year, in most European countries, and in fact globally, travel bookings have exceeded pre-pandemic levels for the first time since the pandemic started. And that wasn't the case only for leisure traveler, for consumers, but it actually became the case for business travelers as well, which was truly astonishing given that we've been forecasting that the business travel may never come back the way it was before pandemic levels. Well, it has in the first quarter of this year. So spending on lodging and restaurants reflects this increase in travel and in spending on experience economy. Jewelry, we explain with higher incidence of weddings after 2 years of weddings being not really a thing. And apparel is kind of tied to the experience economy because people have to, again, as they're getting out there, get new clothes, in some cases bigger clothes, to see people. So how do we explain this relative resilience apart from the pent-up demand that there is for travel and things like going to restaurants and getting out there and meeting people? Well, one driver is very strong consumer balance sheets. If we look at Poland, but this is really the case across Europe, household debt, which we show here, hasn't really risen during the pandemic. It's around 35%, a little bit under 35% now. And not only that, consumers across advanced economies have accumulated excess savings because they were provided with this exceptional monetary and fiscal stimulus, which has protected their incomes while they couldn't go out there and spend their money. So what is happening now is that money is mostly deposited in their bank account, so easily accessible. They're using it to finance this pent-up demand that they feel for experiences. If it's confusing to understand if 35% of household debt is a good number or not for Poland, let me just show you what's a bad number. If we'll flick to Norway, 100% of GDP. That's a heavily indebted country, not good. So Poland, by comparison, and in fact many other European countries with household debt levels below 50% of GDP are in a really good shape. Another driver of strong consumer demand is the labor market. So labor market, really unemployment rates across Europe, including in Poland, are at historically low levels. So just as inflation is at historically high levels, unemployment rates are at historically low levels, which is helping to protect incomes and allowing consumers to have disposable income and therefore to spend. Of course, wages are currently negative in light of, real wages are negative in light of this very high inflation. But inflation, to the extent that wages towards the end of the year when wage negotiations tend to happen, are going to increase. And inflation, hopefully by then, will begin to moderate. We should have a good environment of positive real wages combined with still very robust labor market. Now, how long is this going to last? How long is this pent-up demand for experiences that is powering consumption right now going to last? How long are those vibrant labor markets going to last? How long are the excess savings that households accumulated going to last? We don't really know. We can tell you that in the near term, the outlook is quite positive. Of course, growth is decelerating from where we thought it would be at the beginning of the year, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, before China's lockdowns. but it's still, for Poland, for example, with estimates being above 3.5%, more around 3.7, 3.8%, Polish economy this year is still growing above its potential, which is really good news. Next year is more uncertain. The outlook depends on many risks that are out there not materializing, including the situation in Ukraine escalating and Europe eventually deciding or by other means losing access to Russian gas, perhaps prematurely before it's ready to wean itself off economically. If there's a recession in a major economy like the United States as a result of very rapid monetary tightening by the Fed, that would of course impact European economy as well. And of course the virus, we are assuming that the virus situation is over, hopefully it is, but of course we don't know what future mutations hold, and those could definitely derail this recovery. But for now, as we say, our view is glass half full, because still there's a lot of reason to believe that, as people were talking this morning, this time is a little bit different compared to other periods like the 1970s, where we had high inflation and no growth, truly.
Thank you very much, Natalia Lechmanova, Senior Economist, MasterCard Economic Institute. Thank you for this fascinating speech. I would like to now ask to the stage, and I'll stick to English for now, Mr. Paul Rowan, who's Head of Business Strategy and Financial Services at Google Cloud. Sir?
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much. It's great to be here in beautiful Sopot. As you can see, inflation, no inflation. I haven't invested in fashionable new clothes for quite some time. For my slides, if they're here. Here we go. Okay, so in the last number of years, there's been lots of talk about digital ecosystems. And at Google Cloud, we're world leaders in API management platforms. So we've worked with a lot of banks with the potential for growth and diversification through digital ecosystems. But it's fair to say they've been very cautious. And of course, banks should be cautious. But going forward, and certainly we're finding in discussion with clients, when we put this together with the advent of things like green asset ratios, we think there's a very significant banking business case to think about green digital ecosystems in the context of growing Europe's green asset ratio. So as you can see, my parents sent me to a very bad school. I not only can't speak Polish, but I can't really do graphic design that well. But I suppose a bank's balance sheet should be a mirror image of a healthy and diversified economy. Okay, so the bank's role is to intermediate between those with excess capital and those short of capital, and the maturity curve. But the first pilot measure of green lending in Europe, only a few months ago, the figure was as low as 8% of green lending. Now, whether it's 8% or 18%, it's definitely not 80%. So there's a huge journey to travel in terms of this. So a very significant challenge, and we can assume that stakeholders, whether they're regulators or politicians or the public, will take a great interest in the green asset ratio of Europe, of Poland, of every region. So we can make a key assumption going forward that as we put more and more smart technology into all the physical things we use every day, that those assets, those physical assets that can damage the environment will not just maybe emit harmful gases, but they will also emit data, very significant data. So we can assume that more and more we can build digital twins, often in collaboration between organizations using APIs to share data to, so there won't be a single digital twin of the planet. It'll be assembled by data sharing between thousands of digital twins created by thousands of public and private organizations. So this is very significant for bankers because the banking industry has financed these physical assets in many cases, and their second means of being repaid in the event of loan default is to take possession of that asset. So in that context, the fact that they're now emitting data and will be emitting data going forward is very significant. So it's probably a safe assumption that the amount of software embedded in a physical asset as we go forward will probably predict the resilience of its value as collateral. So buildings and factories and homes that have software and sensors and can produce data that is available to the user in terms of managing their use of the asset, or available at the user's consent to third-party specialists to assist with the management of the asset. It's incredibly significant for bankers, because if we don't have reliable collateral, we can't have a new green and digital economy that's just funded by equity. If it is, it's going to be a much, much smaller economy than the brown economy, which is currently funded by equity and secured debt. So coming back to the fundamentals, as an industry, why do we take collateral? Well, due to a lack of information. If bankers had absolute clarity on the trajectory of the economy, on the prospects for the particular enterprise, on their operating performance every minute of the day, well, then the banker's appetite to take collateral as a second means of repayment is reduced. But what are we facing in the years to come? Increasing uncertainty about the security of the collateral itself. Is that home on a floodplain? Is that factory capable of being retooled to be green? Is that vehicle an interim step to a green and sustainable economy, or is it a long-term step? What should the financial disposition be around financing? So we need more and more data sharing across the economy, and this isn't just a private sector view. We're seeing more and more legislation proposed at European level around business-to-business data sharing and what's the basis for it, and model contracts. So whatever your view on how the rewards of a green and digital economy should be shared out, there's increasing clarity that a green and digital economy will have lots and lots of one-to-many data sharing. And indeed, there's research already in Germany that they estimate that 1/3 of their climate goals by 2030 can be purely met by digitization. High-scale, one-to-many data sharing. You don't actually have to change the fuel sources to get 1/3 of the way to a green and sustainable economy. So a massive issue for banks. And coming back to the green asset ratio, this isn't an assumption, this is a fact. Any ratio can be grown in two ways by the industry. It can grow the green asset ratio in a growing loan book, or it can grow the green asset ratio in a reducing loan book. And a reducing loan book is very, very bad news for the industry. I saw a recent number that even in a really low interest rate environment that we've had in recent years, that 60% of European banking revenues was still net interest income. So even when there was a bottom of the range at 0%, it was still 60% of gross revenues. So in that context, a deleveraging of the industry, because we can't find green loans faster or as fast as we're reducing brown loans, is a very significant issue. We can't have the green asset ratio growing through shrinking loan books. So as an industry, we need access to a lot more leads. Who are those people that are early adopters of green? What are those employments? What are those assets? So this is a very broad assumption, and it could be a 30 or 40% margin of error. But what are the ratios, if we think about them at a very high level, between reducing brown lending and getting replacement new green lending? So whether you agree with the regulator's definition of a green asset ratio or not, the reality is that retaining the leveraging in the economy is going to be incredibly important during the green transition. So for argument's sake, big wide range of error. So if we reduce brown lending to a business which we're concerned that it's going to be a stranded asset, or that the business doesn't have long-term prospects in a green and digital economy, with all the knock-on effect of reduced brown employment, potentially then putting at risk and having to take possession of brown collateral, well, if for every €1 million that's reduced, potentially we have to find 5 new green loans, potentially, because the green economy is immature. And those businesses that are certain to be involved and viable in a green and digital economy are likely to be far less mature or employments than the brown ones. So then, in that context, if we need 5 new green loans, how can that be achieved without potentially running significant risks to credit quality? So in the desire to finance the emerging green economy, the lenders make poor decisions. Okay, so maybe it's 5 out of 100. Okay, so you can take your own intuitive view, but there's no doubt that to be certain of maintaining balance sheet size, the industry going forward would like access to a lot of green loan leads. Okay, so coming back to the industry's caution about partnering at scale digitally, it can be difficult to put this forward at a time of great uncertainty when we're talking about cyber attacks, and the human reaction is lock everything down, you know, and in terms of business strategy, do nothing. Okay, because in the face of great uncertainty, the smart move is to do nothing. Well, considering the volatility that's probably ahead in terms of the green transition, doing nothing in the context of looking at distribution strategy for an industry that needs all those green loan leads, doing nothing around business model innovation in this space could be a really bad idea. Okay, so where are those leads? Well, these are American statistics, but they're global. People spend only a few minutes a day on their financial apps, undoubtedly doing very, very important things, but it's only a few minutes a day. They spend hours a day on non-financial apps living their lives, hours a day, considering their options, considering where they're going. So in that context, it's a clear reality that in the context of the green transition, all those potential borrowers and participants in your balance sheet, they're investigating in growing numbers how they're going to adjust their homes, their vehicles, their employments, their businesses. And this happens to be using a Google search to illustrate, but it's on those third-party non-financial surfaces where they spend hours a day that they're investigating how they might make this transition. That's where the intent to change is being formed. And the intent to seek finance comes much later, and only then does the customer journey go to the financial apps. Okay, so that's where the leads are. The leads for being able to accept the green loans you like and turn away the green loans you don't like. Those customer journeys are beginning on third-party non-financial apps where people spend hours a day, whether they're businesses or consumers. So this isn't an assumption, this is a fact, but people will not go green or finance their transition to go green based on direct marketing messages coming from their bank telling them that they have credit capacity. And it'll happen because they copy their families, their friends, and their neighbors. And this is an assumption, this is based on research. So if you take one aspect of people going green, this research is possible because the evidence for people going green is literally on the roof, which you can see from the air. And people don't go green with solar panels on their roofs based on their borrowing capacity and their wealth levels. They do it because their neighbors do it. Okay, it grows in clusters. So it's not just theoretically that people are looking at non-financial situations to guide their financial decisions. This spread is happening through non-financial environments, and the customer journey towards the lenders financing the solar panels on the roof begin when somebody takes a photograph of the van parked outside their neighbor's house. So this is where green digital ecosystems and the potential for green digital ecosystems and partnering with fintech connects to the need to keep the economy leveraged. This is where the leads will be found. So what are we facing? We're facing massive volatility. The first set of solar panels won't be that look best now, will be different in a few years' time. The heat pumps will be different. The vehicles will change. The factories will evolve. So in that context, a one-app strategy by the industry will not deal with the volatility and diversity of what's ahead. Okay? A one-app strategy makes no more sense than a one-branch strategy ever made if you wanted to finance the mainstream economy. Banks opened up networks of branches to diversify and grow and embed where people spent their time. Same principle applies now in a connected digital, green and digital economy. And in that context, banks will need to partner at scale to help their customers go green, and they'll need the optionality and flexibility to adjust those partners and adjust the partnering patterns at near, near zero marginal cost, because it's going to be highly volatile and it's going to be highly diverse. So back to our original premise of being cautious about digital ecosystems, we think there's a compelling business case from a banker's perspective to look at green digital ecosystems. You know, the modularity and flexibility is there. You know, when I started out my career, I started in financial services. And, you know, somebody told me as a joke in the early days that banking was a 3-6-3 business, that you paid 3% for deposits, you charge 6% for loans, and if you got that right, you could play golf at 3 o'clock. And joking aside, you know, now with the you know, 60% of gross revenues of the industry are based on net interest income, the question is, where are we going to find the data on those green leads so that we can maintain balance sheet size or grow the balance sheet size in the face of great uncertainty and great volatility? The answer is through high scale, high optionality partnering. So your journey towards the cloud is not just towards operational resilience, but it'll also give you the scalability and the flexibility to really embrace the open finance business model. Because whereas bankers might argue partnering with fintech might create tomorrow's competitors, or partnering with big tech will swallow your brand, in terms of adjusting the industry's balance sheet, can't be done through a one-app strategy. It has to be done through partnering with the specialists who bring our customers and their assets into the green economy. And in this context, I'd urge you, doing nothing is not a smart process. Beginning to move towards the open finance model is the right strategy to avoid the risk of substantially deleveraging balance sheets. 39 seconds. That's me.
Yes, thank you very much. I wasn't sure. Paul Rowan, Google Cloud. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dorota Zimno, Global Industry Strategist, Microsoft Corp. The title is Technologies of the Future of Technologies. Over to you. Hello, everyone.
Dziękuję. Każda osoba,
everyone,
każda organizacja,
every organization,
a nawet społeczeństwo,
and even society
dociera do takiego momentu,
get to a point,
szczególnie w zmieniającym się świecie, świecie wyzwań,
especially in a changing world, a world of challenges, where they have to re-evaluate their goals, think about strategies and ways to get there. So these are the words that I heard a few years ago from Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. And that resonated with me strongly, because at that particular point, I was planning the next stage of my own professional career. I was watching this, I could see technologies converging, I could see industries converging, I could see changing behavior of consumers. And finally, I heard banks say, we want to be technological companies that happen to hold banking licenses. And I just thought that if that's the road the world is taking, I want to be at the start of the chain, which is where those technologies are made. And for this reason, I decided to join Microsoft, because Microsoft's mission was so close to me. And it's a simple mission, to empower every person, every organization to achieve their full potential. The organizers asked me specifically, what's it like to work for Microsoft now? Can you share your experience, your first impressions? The simplest thing that comes to mind is that every night, when the day comes to an end, I get the sense that I've read one more good book. I'm inspired, I'm positively encouraged, activated with lots of energy to change the world. Why is it so? There's one thing I would like to share with you from the space of human resources management or the organizational culture, which is something I appreciate because it's part of my everyday life at Microsoft and was quite a challenge in other organizations. As a person, I don't feel comfortable in my comfort zone. I need change, so I keep asking myself the question, can I change something? Can I make it different? And I would approach my colleagues in other companies and say, blockchain, let's do something. Oh, there she goes again. Why don't you get a new PhD? Stop bombarding us with new stuff. We are already overloaded. I didn't have the partnership for the challenges. It's different with Microsoft. At Microsoft, a topic like this, whether it's your own or from a customer, people flock around you and as if sparring partners are trying to address the problem. It's such an incredible feeling to be part of this environment. And I wish everyone could go through that. But I'm here to talk about technology. So I want to show you this slide. First of all, I want you to know if you're embarking on this technology journey, this can give you a sense of a sentimental journey, really, because that's how far we are. When I started my career, it was Web 1.0. I think most organizations today are at Web 2.0. Some organizations there move into a comfort zone. And the reason why I'm saying this is when I come across organizations that say, we're considering the cloud, but is this the right time? That's when I know that these companies are within their comfort zone. But that's not where the world is. The world hasn't stopped there. It is Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 is catching up. It's centralized finance trends, etc., etc. Unless we board the train of changing technologies now, we may be late. The convergence of technologies is accelerating and building new space for innovation. The question I was asking myself, what's the next step? And now when I talk to management boards in the banking and insurance sector, I can see that there are many questions they are asking themselves. And here are 5 issues that were mostly raised. Number 1, hybrid work. Microsoft is running research, and we needed to prepare our products for one thing. But we used the studies to understand the sentiment and the trends regarding workplace. In a recent poll, we asked 31,000 respondents in 31 countries, which makes it pretty representative. What's the outcome? The outcome is a paradox when it comes to hybrid work. 70% of the employees say we want to stay flexible and work when we want, how we want, and manage our time and plan our time. On the other hand, we want that physical contact. How do you make sure that these two things come together? Well, that's when we can use technology and the opportunities it offers to combine these two worlds. For example, something we've already done. Some of you, those of you using Outlook, when you accept an invitation, you will find this option where you can accept your meeting virtually or physically. That way you know, should I go to the office? Does it make sense? Is it just going to be me, or will other people be there too? That's a small functionality. A bigger functionality is real-time collaboration in Teams. We'll be making it available soon and large-scale launch for making solutions. But it doesn't stop there. Metaverse is the trend. And I get asked about that lots of times. Let me say this. People from my generation, older generation, are usually quite skeptical. And the study shows that only 28% believe that metaverse is the direction for the world. But when you look at Gen Z, which is those workers already on the market, 51% imagine working in the metaverse world, which combines virtual and real world. It's a world where co-creation will be possible and will be giving us the same sort of opportunities we have in real world. The next trend is hyperconnection. What does it mean? This is seamless world, a world which will be smart enough in terms of computerization and digitization, that things will be happening intuitively. Here's a snapshot of a conversation an advisor has with their customer at a call center. The customer calls in, I want to visit your branch. Okay, we can make an appointment. Yes, but I want to do it after my leave. And then the system will monitor this and prepare an offer for travel insurance based on data given in real time by the customer. So that's already happening, and these solutions have been implemented, and that's there to stay. So banking and similar products will be sort of assisted. The next trend is building digital competencies, capabilities. I have very little time. I can only share one example from our world, which is the co-pilot implementation. Our engineers can write codes and design different solutions. They can use the co-pilot. 30% of the code are written impeccably by co-pilot. They can write it, they can suggest it, and these are the trends. And that's where the technologies will go. So where automation can be improved or robotics can be improved, that's where we will be implementing the technology. Now here's the next trend. Obviously, all of this is based on cybersecurity. This is the foundation. It's really important, and this is your risk number one when you look at all the different rankings of risks. And metaverse is not that omnipresent yet, because the question is, how do we address security concerns? MasterCard and Microsoft announced a partnership recently, and they are going to implement advanced identity management so that payments and transactions can be made in real time in e-commerce. The Royal Bank of Canada, for example, is now using confidential computing to build a data safe where the customer will be able to manage their data and make only those data available that are required for a specific operation or transaction. That's something we're already offering to our customers. And finally, sustainability, which is closest to my heart. Here's a solution. When sustainability first took off, when we talked to our customers, their approach to sustainability was like this: well, as part of compliance, we have to follow through and meet the regulations. And yes, there is some truth in it. However, our perspective is this: first, put the mask on your face first to be able to help others. We are now seeing a trend where financial services are moving from help yourself to a new trend. How can we help our customers and be more sustainable?
I takim przykładem co-kreacji, który
Here's an example of co-creation
chciałabym Państwu opowiedzieć,
that I want
to jest
to
współpraca, którą
talk to you
nawiązaliśmy z
about.
Rabobankiem.
This is a cooperation we
Wraz z
have with the
Rabobankiem zbudowaliśmy
Rabobank.
rozwiązanie,
Together
które
with the
zostało
Rabobank, we
zaimplementowane w
built
Afryce.
a solution
Generalnie
which was
rozwiązanie, które
implemented in
zachęca,
Africa. What
farmerów
it
w Afryce,
does is
małe
encourages farmers
farmy
in
do
Africa
sadzenia drzew.
to plant
Bo drzewa,
trees
jak wiemy, odzyskują
because
dwutlenek węgla.
trees can
Na
recapture
podstawie,
CO2, as we
wykorzystując
know.
najnowsze technologie, planetary
Using
computing i inne,
planetary computing and other
jesteśmy
modern
w stanie
technologies,
mierzyć
we are
przyrost
able
masy
to measure
drzewnej
the
tych drzew
increase
przez okres
in
czasu.
tree
Dzięki temu jesteśmy w
mass
stanie
over time.
oszacować
That
wartość
way we
tej
can
dekarbonizacji.
estimate the
I tą
value of
wartość
decarbonization.
mogą ci farmerzy sprzedać
And
na
that
rynku
value can be sold by the
i dzięki temu
farmers
nie tylko
to the
przyczyniają się do
market,
rozwoju
and
środowiska,
that
ale
way
też oczywiście
they
do
help to improve the environment,
kreowania dla siebie wartości.
and they also
To jest mój
create
ostatni przykład,
values for
ale mam nadzieję, że
themselves.
zostawiam Państwa w olbrzymim
This is my
niedosycie,
final
bo nie
example,
zmieściło mi się
but I
wszystko,
hope
co
I'm
chciałabym
leaving
Państwu
you
powiedzieć w
hungry
15
for
minut.
more because I
Natomiast
just
chciałam
couldn't
powiedzieć, że
squeeze
jesteśmy tutaj
all I wanted to say
większą
in
grupą z Microsoftu.
15
Zapraszamy
minutes,
Państwa
but we
serdecznie.
are a bigger
My
Microsoft group
zbudowaliśmy naszą
here,
strategię
so we
na
can talk
partnerstwie.
some more. We built our strategy on
Usługi finansowe
partnership.
mają wiele podmiotów,
Financial
które konkurują,
services
wiele nowych
have
podmiotów.
many
My nie będziemy
new
konkurować z usługami finansowymi,
competing
natomiast my
entities. We
zapraszamy
don't
do
want to be
partnerstwa.
in
I mam
competition.
nadzieję, że z wielu
We
z
want to be in
Państwa uda mi się
partnership,
wdrożyć
and I
bardzo ciekawe
hope I'll
rozwiązania
be able to implement
wspólnie tworzyć
very
przyszłość.
interesting
Dziękuję
solutions for you so that we can co-create the future. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. This must have been the first time in the history of our Congress someone persuaded me to hand over the microphone. And now Fabio Colombo, European FSC lead, Accenture, cyber resilience in the context of geopolitical challenges.
What is the point to advance the slide? So thank you for inviting me here. I will be the bad guy after this three beautiful presentation because I will talk about cybersecurity and what's happening below the surface. So if you can go to the next slide, because I don't see where is the... Just a very brief introduction, what we see in the financial services. There is a technology disruption in terms of transformation. So we see banks going to multi-cloud. We see also digital work experience. So people, customer and employee are expecting banks to be more digital, and also insurance. And there is also metaverse, that is the new place where banks and financial institutions would like to be. In the other area, the regulation is pushing a lot on the resilience. We are seeing in Europe a lot of investment made on multi-year program for cyber resilience. And this is done both because there is new regulation like the DORA, the new Digital Operational Resiliency Act, but also fear of the conflict, what's happening not in the physical world, but in the cyber world in terms of conflict. And there is a very big focus on third-party risk management. This is something that started in US and shifted some years ago in UK, and now is spreading in a lot of countries. So banks are creating teams dedicated to assess the third parties, the risk embedded in the third party. And if you look in the below part of the slide, you can see that near 40% of organization in the last 2 years has been affected by a third-party cyber incident. So this is something real, is something that is impacting a lot of our customers. And the last part is the security defense is struggling. There is war for talent in security, also in cloud. So you combine these two things together, it's really difficult to have a big group of people able to face what's happening in this technological evolution. Also, the use of artificial intelligence and big data is not even at a mature level in security. There is a lot of hype around these technologies, but at the end, the value that they bring is not even fully disclosed. And then the cyber risk that is extending below and beyond the traditional enterprise boundaries, because the supply chain is longer and longer and is not well defined. So you don't know where you start your enterprise and when it finishes. Having this as a background, let's focus a bit on the geopolitical threat landscape. So what's happening? Thanks to the sanctions, criminal groups are looking to financing them through malware. So it comes back to malware and crypto mining, and it comes back to the use of social engineering and phishing, perhaps leveraging also the Ukraine-Russia conflict keyword as a threat vector. And this is bringing a new wave of attacks. For sure, we have a surface of distributed denial of services, but potentially this is only what we see. I take some notes because the list is quite long, but for example, in the 7th of May, the German government site suffered from a distributed denial of service. And this happened also in Italy. I'm Italian, so I remember in the 11th of May, the Italian Senate site and many government sites were suffer from denial of service attacks. And in the weekend, also banks were targeted. So what we are seeing is a lot of denial of services, but continuously improving this capability. And I think you all know that the Eurovision Song Contest, the Russian probably sponsor state attackers attack also Eurovision because Russia was excluded from the contest. And then on the 17th of May, Killnet declared a sort of war against 10 countries, 10 Western countries, US, UK, Germany, Poland, Italy, Romania, and so on. And this, for sure, is creating a hype on this topic. The other thing is there is an aim to protect Russian country dominance in fossil fuel export. So we, for sure, are seeing the green economy shifting, but what we could expect is some attacks targeted to green economy because they represent a more US-centric way of seeing things. For example, the day before that the Prime Minister Modi of India had the call with Biden, Oil India has been attacked as a sort of pressure because Oil India was thinking of not buying more oil from Russia. And you know, power wind companies like Nordex and other German power wind companies suffered from other attacks. And the same is on the Pipe Dream malware that was targeting LNG, so liquid nitrogen gas, and also critical infrastructure. So we expect that this will continue and potentially will strengthen more and more, both for the first goal, that is have some money in, and for the second, that is to reduce the polarization of US aligned country. We have seen some attacks, for example, in Costa Rica, in Peru, and also in Argentina, all targeted to critical infrastructure, pipelines, government systems, and also intelligence service. And the other thing is IT specialists are becoming a combat resource for Russian state under the hope of immunity from prosecution. So this is creating more alignment of people that we work more or less having a sort of immunity for what they are doing. And the other thing is this attack sometimes are destructive. So malware are not built to ask for ransomware, they are built to destroy data. It happened already in 2017 where the NotPetya ransomware, NotPetya malware hit very hard a global scale. One of the company that has been hit is Merck, a pharmaceutical company. And this brings me to the last point, that is the increased cost of cyber insurance. Merck just some months ago received $1.4 billion from insurance after some years of legal debate, because the insurance claimed the fact that the attack was made under act of war. So there has been a lot of debate around if it was an act of war or not, but the result for us is the cost of insurance, cyber insurance, is growing each quarter. So it's something that you need to carefully understand and address. These are some points for consideration. On the right side, there are some hygiene points, so some tactical activities, like conduct red team exercise, mainly based on TIBER-EU, that is the European regulation. What is interesting is you need to do very technical exercise, and you need to use threat intelligence to understand how an attack could hit you. And also, you need to review and update the critical supply chain vendors. So you need to know which are your very critical supply, and you need also to understand the risk embedded. Also having an incident response retainer and review crisis plan and playbook, also to take into consideration the risk for a disruptive attack. And the last one is ensure that you have also out-of-bank communication capability in place. On the left side, there are some more mid-term activities or more strategic one. The first is you need to have in place a third-party risk management program. It's something that takes months to be effective, and also you need to have a good team to do the assessment of your third parties. The second part is some banks are launching multi-year plan around cyber resilience. They are investing like 1/3 of the total security budget mainly on cyber resilience improvement. And the other thing is you need to have a security sourcing strategy, because there is a big war of talent. You need to understand how to balance hiring people, retain people, pay the good amount to people, and also probably use some managed security services, and think also about cloud provider. Cloud could also become a good way of enhancing your resiliency, as we heard previously. Could become a new way of thinking of disaster recovery and business continuity topic. And last but not least, you need to focus on human factor, mainly for the board and for the C-suite. Where you are in a crisis, the problem is not always a technical problem. Sometimes, or the majority of times, the risk is of not having trained the human factor of the board. And this is a science that is derived from aerospace and defense, but it's something that we are seeing in some banks and in some financial institutions has been used to train people, mainly the board and not the technical one. And to close, I have just last slide, how financial services could improve the wider ecosystem security posture. This is probably what we are seeing in some countries. For sure, having financial services strong in cybersecurity is increasing the maturity of the whole ecosystem, because they can share best practice, they can provide threat intelligence, they can provide warnings and insights. In some countries, threat intelligence is shared among the financial institution in an anonymized form. The second part, I think, is one of the most important, is because banks and insurance bring third-party risk management in place, they are consistently enhancing the level of security also of the small actors, of the IT provider, of the consultancy firm, of the other provider that in autonomy, they would not have reduced the level of risk. But if a big customer, like a bank or an insurance, is asking them to do some countermeasures, to implement some countermeasures, they are forced to do that. And this will reduce also the level of incident in the wider supply chain area. The third is cyber insurance. This for sure is something that could help in terms of recovery money if something happens, but you need also to carefully think and analyze how much you are covered, if the cost is the right one, and also if you have incident response capability. Sometimes, by buying a cyber insurance, this is also helping you widely to have an incident response capability included in the cyber insurance. And last, not least, is security could be also a potential enabler for the financial systems. The first one is the ID provider. In Italy, in Poland, I know the financial services are moving in that area. So ID provider for citizens, by having a good know your customer, leveraging the good know your customer that banks have to share these services to all the citizen. The second is the possibility for the insurance to build cyber insurance products and solutions together with other players to offer this type of services to the customer, to offer capability in terms of answering to incident, and also to have some analysis, initial analysis of the posture in terms of risk assessment. And the last, probably is more a visionary, is Metaverse. Metaverse potentially will open a wave of services where banks could be trust provider, because they could offer identification for people, they could offer digital wallet, they could offer capability to exchange in a secure way NFT, because if you read newspaper, you know also Metaverse is not a so secure place to be. There is phishing of NFT, cryptocurrency, and so on and so on. So potentially banks this time have the right, are in the right time to become a player also in this arena. So thank you.
Fabio Colombo from Accenture, thank you very much. Bardzo, bardzo dziękujemy. Proszę Państwa,
thank you so much. Now we will get connected with Commissioner Mairead McGuinness. It will be on financial education in the European Union and on digital. And Mairead McGuinness is the European Commissioner.
And Capital Markets Union. Bardzo prosimy.
A very good afternoon. Distinguished guests, it's an honour to address you today. Of course, I wish it were in better circumstances. We are living through very difficult times, and I do not need to remind this audience of the terrible war happening just across your border. Poland has welcomed with open arms more than 3 million Ukrainian refugees, and I want to pay tribute to that welcome from families, communities, social organisations from across society, the economy and government. Before talking about building up our financial system, in particular the contribution that financial literacy can make, I want to start by talking about our response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine is part of the European family. The European Union's support to Ukraine in the face of Russian military aggression has been and will remain unwavering. As the Commissioner responsible for financial services, I'm also responsible for overseeing the implementation of our sanctions. So far, we've sanctioned over 1,000 individuals and 80 entities, freezing their assets, banning them from the EU's territory, and preventing them getting any new funds or resources from EU operators. When it comes to financial services, we've cut Russia's access to EU capital markets. We have removed key Russian banks from SWIFT and frozen their assets, as well as cutting the Russian central bank's access to its European-held foreign reserves. We've targeted Russian energy sector by banning Russian coal imports and prohibiting investment in the sector's development. When it comes to transport, we've essentially cut Russia off from the European Union. We banned Russian road freight operators, closed EU ports to Russian vessels, and closed EU airspace to Russian planes, both commercial and private. We've also put several import and export bans in place. We've sanctioned Russian state-controlled media in the European Union. We cannot allow Russia propaganda to undermine support for Ukraine or divide the EU. At the same time, we've stepped up sanctions against Belarus in light of its material support for the Russian invasion and to prevent circumvention of Russian sanctions. These sanctions must be fully implemented and properly so that they can reach their full potential. The Commission is supporting Member States by all means possible, including through guidance and coordination. Under the leadership of my colleague, Commissioner Reynders, we've set up a Freeze and Seize task force. And this is already strengthening the coordination among Member States on implementing and enforcing sanctions. We are engaging with stakeholders to help them work with our sanctions, including responding to questions and continually updating and expanding our frequently asked questions. We're actively looking for possible loopholes and circumvention routes in order to close them as soon as possible. And beyond sanctions, the Commission is supporting Ukraine financially, supporting the country's economic, social and financial resilience, and providing much-needed humanitarian aid. The European Union's Temporary Protection Directive was triggered earlier this year to support those fleeing the war. Following this, the Polish Parliament adopted a law on assistance to Ukrainian refugees in March. These refugees can access the labour market, along with health and social benefits in Poland and other member states. And again, the Polish people have welcomed Ukrainian families into their homes, volunteered their time and gathered donations. In very trying times, they have been exceptional neighbours. Poland has provided a huge amount of support to Ukraine, including military and humanitarian aid, helping drive the response of the whole EU forward. Poland's response underscores the European Union's commitment to Ukraine. And together we are doing what we can to stand in solidarity with Ukraine. As the European Union, we can best respond to a geopolitical crisis from a position of our own strength. We need to build up our economic resilience, which can be driven by financial services. Our financial sector has remained resilient, first throughout the COVID crisis, and now going into this challenging geopolitical reality. But we can do more across many different areas to strengthen our economy and our financial system. And one area that we need to focus on is financial education. People should know how best they can use their money and make sure that their money works for them. So we talk about financial literacy, the knowledge, the skills and the attitudes we all need to make sound financial decisions. It's about understanding finance and how it affects our daily lives, like the value of investing for the long term, for your retirement, for example, and also saving money for a buffer in case of unexpected expenses, like your car breaking down. And are you keen to keep learning more about money and personal finances? Now, the level of financial literacy remains too low in the European Union, and it's a particular issue for those who are vulnerable in society. The EU is not directly responsible for education. That's the responsibility of national governments. But at an European level, we can provide a push in the right direction. And when it comes to financial education, the Commission can coordinate and encourage national governments to act. And it is a priority for me personally as EU Commissioner for Finance to get people talking about money. So, together with the OECD, the European Commission has developed a financial competence framework for adults. And this is a tool that we've developed, setting out in very concrete terms what it means to be financially literate in different areas. What you need to know, how to behave, and what you need to think about when it comes to your finances. It defines key financial literacy competence areas, for example, planning a budget, investing or borrowing, all essential aspects of our lives. Our goal is for governments, educational institutions, businesses and individuals to use this framework to develop policies, programmes and educational material. So EU governments could design or update national financial literacy strategies. Our universities could develop programmes on managing personal finances for their students. Businesses can offer training courses for staff. The framework is very flexible. Users can pick out the most relevant competence for a certain audience. So, for example, if you're organising a course for people starting a first job, you might focus on competences like filing payslips for future reference or thinking about your pension early in your career. We've also recognised that the financial world is changing and changing rapidly. Technology is changing how we pay for things, the way we contact our bank, even the very nature of money itself. And of course, sustainability has moved to the heart of the financial system. Our financial competence framework includes digital and sustainable competences. So, for example, it recognises that financial literacy includes an awareness of how cryptocurrencies work, including the risks and possible scams. And it also recognises that financial literacy can help people choose financial products in line with their sustainability preferences. And this work is important for individuals, but it's also beneficial for society as a whole. Financially literate people are in a stronger position to make informed decisions that foster financial resilience. For example, setting aside a savings buffer. Now, this may seem straightforward, but we know that many people do not always plan for the unexpected, and that leaves them open to financial shocks. Now, that said, I really want to emphasise that financial literacy should not be used to shift responsibility solely onto the consumer. Our work on financial literacy must go hand in hand with a well-regulated financial system, strong consumer protection measures and trustworthy advice. I also want to mention the benefits of having a European framework in place. It means that we all have a shared point of reference on what it means to be financially literate. And that means that everyone using the framework will be able to share how they've done so, and indeed we can all learn from each other. It will also allow us to consistently assess levels of financial literacy and evaluate different initiatives. I know that Poland has many positive initiatives to improve financial education, and we can learn from your experience. The Polish government is working on a national strategy for financial education with the support of the OECD and the Commission. And you have grassroots initiatives that carry out valuable work, like the Czepczynski Family Foundation, that helps primary school students understand the ABC of economics. I hope that in Poland you will engage with our efforts to raise the level of financial literacy, sharing your experiences, learning from others, and engaging with our efforts at the EU level. This will benefit people and families if they can better manage their money and if they understand how finance impacts their daily lives. And that in turn will benefit our society and our economy as a whole. In closing, faced with instability, strategic competition and security threats, the European Union is now required to take greater responsibility. Our strength lies in our unity of purpose and action. And there is strength in our economy driven by our financial system, which can deliver much more. It's my role as Financial Services Commissioner to unlock the full potential of our financial system, to guide its evolution, and to make sure that sustainability is at its very core. And I'm committed to helping every European have a better understanding of the financial system. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Komisarz Mairead McGuinness o znaczeniu edukacji finansowej.
Very much, Komisarz Mairead McGuinness on education, financial education, and this now fits in very well to what's going to happen here with the EFC Academy. It never sleeps, like EFC itself. It's now the 9th Academy, and this year's competition for the most interesting essay had 6 chosen from out of 130. And now we have the winner.
Tego zwycięzcę przedstawi Państwu teraz Małgorzata O'Shaughnessy, przewodnicząca jury konkursowego.
So now we have the jury, Krzysztof Borusowski, Best SA, the strategic partner of the Academy. So Margaret, I want to invite you up to the stage, and I'm giving you the floor, and there will be Jan Winiecki Award as well. Just in a moment. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, EFC Academy is almost a decade of history and show of critical thinking and involvement of the students in things important for Europe, for Poland. The thematic area of this year's competition are green transformation as the key challenge for Poland and Europe. Is Europe ready for Fit for 55, how to make European Green Deal, what to do to make a Green Deal just and fair, and the role of the state and of the key financial sector. The subject of cyber companies, cyber tech, with budgets and net value over some state's value. Will they focus on multiplying the profits irrespective of the social costs? What factors will be decisive? And 3, why is inflation in Poland out of control, and how to restore
credibility of zloty. And the final thematic zone is the taxation system in Poland, which is getting complicated, and the taxation law is unpredictable. What to do to simplify the system? What kind of tax reform does Poland need?
I have to admit that this year was a big challenge to even select the finalists, because the quality of those 43 papers that came through to the final was very, very high. And most of them was about digital giants, and the fewest of them were about the repair of the financial or the taxation system. Well, the best piece was its time of Hawks strategy to restore the credibility and reliability of the Polish zloty by Grzegorz Nowowiejski, graduate of the Krakow Economic University. Grzegorz, please join us on the stage. Congratulations. In his paper, Grzegorz says that the time of doves is over. Now it's a time of hawks. The economists who are positive about the environment of high interest rates and tightening monetary policy. He also says, draws our attention on the effect of international and domestic issues on inflation, and that will be the war in Ukraine and the demographic profile of refugees. Grzegorz, this is your diploma. Congratulations. And now I would like to welcome Krzysztof Boruszewski, because Grzegorz received an honorable mention, but this will be disclosed by Krzysztof. Grzegorz also received an additional prize for papers that are liberal, papers that promote liberal and neoliberal thinking in the economy. His paper is based on those premises, and it's very clear, elegant, and academic in how it explains the basics of the Polish inflation. And the award is named after an outstanding Polish economist who used to live in Sopot, Professor Jan Winiecki. It is a monetary prize, cash prize of 3,000 zlotys, and it's been sponsored by Bestessa. So now it's over to the winner. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for allowing me to be here to present my essay, my views on the topic. I'm immensely pleased because while listening to the debate that we had about inflation, I was very happy to see that such outstanding celebrities as Professor Marek Belka also had very similar views as those expressed in my essay, which you can find for yourselves in the publication, the Academy's publication. And like during the debate, I would like to thank once again those who have supported me, in Dr. Folwarski, who I'm seeing here, and Dr. Krzysztof Kilow, and Professor Miklaszewska from the Krakow Economic University. So once again, thank you very much, and thank you for appreciating my work. So now a photo opportunity. Perhaps, please, could you join me here, and please give them a round of applause. The EFC Award and Professor Jan Winiecki Award both have been presented. Thank you to Małgorzata O'Shaughnessy, and thank you to President Boruszewski. In a moment, we'll have a break. At 5, we'll have parallel debates. I apologize for boring you, but let me just remind you, this will be fascinating debates. We are all a little tired. I don't know if everyone managed to see them. We are going to talk about the economic credibility of Poland. For the third time, EKF will be presenting the results of this project. It will be dedicated to Jerzy Gajewski, who was the initiator of EKF. There will be a debate on the city of Sopot, social integration, proven adaptation strategies for refugees. There will be Mackenzie and Cole debate, economic outcomes of the war in Ukraine, and MC Capital, private equity, CE this year. So they will happen at 5, and then at quarter past 6, there will be a meeting on fireside chat with tycoons, with giants. You've already listened to them today and saw them. There will be a best debate, a company that celebrates its 20 years of being listed, about liberal Poland or full-time employment based. I will also have the honor to help out there in chairing. And there will be a debate of the Economic University of Poznań, disproportions in societies in the era of finance digitization, and how to rebuild Ukraine. So about optimization of aid to Ukraine. You will find all of them in the agenda. Please feel yourselves invited. And today, the City of Sopot and the Center for Strategic Thought invite you to the Hippodrome, at 5:20. The first coach will be taking you to the event there, where there will be lots of entertainment, and then we will take you back at 8. At 8, so at 8 it will be 7. So it will be 7:20 that the coaches will be picking you up, and then it's at 8 that the event at